Start 10 minutes late and the fucking chat dies. Oh my god, it's a wreck in here. This place is terrible. I gotta neaten up. Go through all my project boxes. I got some unboxing to do at the beginning here. I found glass jars in the unfinished part of the basement, so I don't think I'm going to use these. These are a lot larger than I thought they were, but that actually might work out pretty nicely, to be honest. I might use one of these like side entry jars for the MEK, the solvent that I'm going to use in order to finish, quote unquote, the laser jacket print. I mean, the seal on this thing is terrible. I'm gonna die if I use that. Excuse me. Usually I mute those, but I wasn't close to anything that I could press mute on. Where am I gonna put this in the meantime, or it won't shatter into a billion pieces? Put this over here. It was a pack of 2. It wasn't supposed to be a pack of 2. So now I got all this cardboard to deal with. All this cardboard. Warning, this thing came in a plastic bag. Don't let children play with plastic bags. How many people are just out there living their lives, letting kids play with plastic bags? Alright. Yeah, that's essentially what they're for. They're for like displaying products. But this is not a seal, so I don't know if I can do this. I don't know what MEK dissolves versus what it doesn't. Like the rubber seals on the jars that I want to use. I also don't know how long I need to expose it for. I'll have to look that up. But I did buy a bottle of MEK, and that's going to get here tomorrow. Or no, today. It's going to get here today at some point. Get all this cardboard out of here. Blocking the way. Try to go to the bathroom. I have to climb over a mountain. It's a fire hazard. Mountain. They got mountains. All right. Back over here. Back in high school, I went out with a girl from New Jersey. I drove her around the roads around here, and she's like, "You live in the mountains." I'm like, "What?" What? It's not what? Huh? What'd you say, babe? Huh? What? Giant, scary, syringe-looking motherfucker back to where it goes. It's like a horse syringe. It's for marinating. Cut off the tip, and I use it for water cooling now. Water cooling changes, water changes, which are necessary. Water changes. Silicone rubber with MEK, severe effect. That's not good. The jars I have, I don't know if they're silicone rubber or not. I don't think they are. I don't think they're silicone. God, it's gonna be hot today. What the fuck? I don't want it to be hot. I want cold. I want it to snow more. I want tundra. Nuclear winter and shit. I'm not feeling great today. I didn't really sleep. Fucking got into movies last night and didn't get out of them. Yeah, so food-based silicone jars and stuff are not good with MEK. Noted. Defo noted. This is another Big John mix. I discovered that he has mixes after 2014, believe it or not. All right, so the other spring stuff is a bit of a failure. I kind of modified it a little bit and I was gonna give it a shot, but having that big of a spring on that little moment arm on the side of the clutch arm, not a good idea. So we're not doing that. I'm gonna put the regular return spring back on it, and then we'll just roll from there. We'll figure it out. It'll work though, it'll work. I got big springs coming today. Big springs coming in the mail. Big spring energy. That should shore up the clutch and make it feel like an actual clutch. Oh, man, I'm feeling weird today. Weird feeling day today. I don't think it'll affect stream. Once we get rolling here, we should have a good time, but I ate way too much yesterday. I had way too many carbs. I don't know what it was. It was like a hollow leg day. I considered it a cheat day, and then I ate a shit ton of stuff, and that's probably why I'm probably oversalted or something. Probably oversalted. Too much salt, too much volume, and I guess my body's dealing with it now. My actions have consequences? What are you talking about? I don't know, it just happens sometimes, right? Are you uptiming me? Are you ratioing me? Streamers need to ratio each other more. I would get ratioed by everyone and start crying. Every time I comment on a stream. Ratioed. Ray-shielded. What? Natural rubber is unaffected by MEK. Alright. Then you ate the whole cheat. Yeah. Yes, I did. Okay, so maybe the jars I have would be okay, because they're the kind that have the little ring, and then they've got the seal part, and I think that top seal should be normal rubber, but I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out. Oh, I need hydration. What about nitrile? Nitrile and MEK, is that a go? I don't even know what calcs is. Nitrile's a no. Okay. No gloves it is. How bad is that stuff to get on your skin? I guess I'm gonna be working with forceps, huh? Woo, woo, woo. Cool song. And just these mixes in general are very good. Nitrile's a no. Multiple lists. Damn it. How am I supposed to work with this stuff? Oh boy. How are we gonna power you up, circuit? How do we do that? I guess I'm gonna need to give it 24 volts via those two pins. Yeah, and then it'll just communicate with the rest of the system. That should be good. Pot stuff, huh? Yeah, MEK, I'm not looking forward to working with it, but it's what melts PETG, so you know, I had to buy a bottle. We'll take a look and see what happens, you know. I don't even know like how I'm supposed to extract the 3D print from the MEK jar. Basically, we're gonna do a jar with a paper towel in it. I'm gonna wet the paper towel with MEK, and then I don't know. We'll have to figure out what platen to lower the thing on. We'll have to figure out how to lower a platen and bring it back out, and then dissipate. I don't know what you do. You dissipate the MEK. I mean, the jar of MEK, I'm just gonna dump that on a dolphin, but the rest of it, I don't know what I do with. You know, just put it down the gutter, because once something's in the gutter, it's gone. That's it. That's why I put my motor oil there. I like this song a lot. I have not heard this mix before, but I trusted Big John, aka FK Productions PHL, to not have the Big Booty Bitches song in here, so you know. The Big Booty Bitches song is for a different mix, you know? Big booty bitches, we like big booty bitches. Little bitches get out. We like big booty bitches. Yeah, that song's for a different mix. A different time. A different place. A different time. This stuff is expensive. This fucking shit right here. This PETG is a little bit more expensive than your laissez-faire stuff, but it's always had really good results for me. I don't even care about keeping it dry. If I'm storing it for a couple of years, yeah, but while active, I just keep this stuff out in the open. Never had problems. Die! Ooh, paper spools. So I guess when the paper goes, the plastic is has gotten fully exposed to moisture, huh? Look at that gray. Oh, it's shiny. This is the special gray that I got. Like space gray or something like that. Here, wait, let's get some better light on it. Better light, better light, better light, better light, better light, better light. If I don't moisturize, if I don't drink fluids today, I'm gonna become a sentient headache. I'm gonna be careful about that. It's like 21 bucks, 21 US dollars. Doll hairs. I don't know about shipping costs and stuff, but yeah, Overture and Polymaker. Polymaker's the one that I typically go for. I think they're probably coming from the same place, but that's a pretty good gray. This is space gray. It should look like space. I don't know what it's gonna look like when it's real shiny, you know, when it goes through the nozzle, but I wanted to get a different gray. The gray colors usually print easier. God, I am building up a fucking pile of trash over there. I have to take out the trash. I meant to do it before stream, but I am completely disorganized today. Got more cardboard to go. Everything is, like, why not just give me this? I guess they wanna protect their product on the way, but it's like cardboard boxes and cardboard boxes. I'm just glad I don't have to dispose of giant plastic spools. Normal gray. I had to get normal gray. Normal gray versus space gray. Yeah. It's got a little bit, it's just a little bit more rich in terms of its gray. Cool. Well, this is mostly like this. Realistically, this should be the working filament color around here. Just light gray for initial test prints. Just because, first of all, it's the least controversial one of all. It shows up on the cameras really nicely, but also it prints easy. It's, you know, it's sort of like it's just good to be able to see what's going on. But space gray will be cool too, because it'll have a little bit more of a sheen to it. That'll be cool. Yeah, and you can have like 50 shades of it. All right, so now we get into the fun ones. I only ordered 4 spools. It was like $100. You're looking at $100 right here. Fucking hell. Can't have shit in Detroit. And yes, I'm just completely unwrapping them because I know that these are gonna get used. Yeah, these are all PETG. Polyterra. Yeah, I don't do PLA. I do PETG. I print hot. I print that PETG at maximum temperature. And then I get mad at it. Ah! I do have a sealed storage container for, what do you call it? For sealed storage container for all of the other types of reels that I have, because I do have PLA. I do have PLA, and I've got a variety of PLAs. I've got like some weird colors. One of them is like a honey yellow, and what are the other ones? The other one, I got bronze and wood. But all of those are stored with a bunch of silica gel packets. Look at this one. Look at how deep that is. What's this one called? What are you called? Oh, transparent blue. So I decided to add to some of my my transparency colors with blue. I didn't think I got transparent blue. I guess I did. I guess I added it to the order and I forgot about it. Yeah, transparent blue. It's not very transparent. Plurp. It's not plurp. Plurp plurp. Plurp blurp blurp. Perpa derpa perp 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 perp. There it is. Blurp blurp. Yeah, there's blurp. Pretty cool. I think it's a cool color. I think this one's just black. Yeah, this one's just black. Good layer adhesion. You're goddamn right. Yeah, it's a space gray and clear blue. But yeah, that's a much deeper blue than I was expecting. I guess it's what was on the tin, you know. That was what was on the Amazon listing, but you can never tell. Blurred. Poop blue. I hope that cardboard holds up on the spool holder. Oh, fuck. Give me that back. Garbage can overfloweth. God, the trash can is just it's a bin of shame. All my shame. Bags of chips and shit. I ate way too much. I ate way too much. I'm guilty of such things. All right, let's see here. The mortar and pestle needs to go back. Done with that. We're done with that. I don't know if the annealed prints are going to do well in the MEK or if I should just do the normal print in the MEK and let that flow over and potentially just seal itself and do all that stuff. Oops. Oh. Caught my mic. One sec. Bring all this stuff over here. It's all going to be powered by the LIN bus. Whatever other cables we've been able to manifest. And that one line cable go that's over here. Hook that up. Hook up all our stuff so we can get a bench test going here. We can create the circuit that's going to be the shifter, and we'll roll from there. Okay, sit for a minute. Oops. Got to get my energy up for streaming. I should make another cup of coffee or something, huh? I don't have any caffeine today. I have seltzer. We must torture ourselves. Why? Why must we live this torturous existence? Because I went a little too hard last night, staying up late and watching movies. So, oh, that's the burn the subs cam, and it's currently has itself plastered into a thing of hard seltzer container. We just won't use that today. We don't need that camera today. I gotta clean up everything around here, man. I am disorganized. Things are starting to kind of flow out of other things that shouldn't have things in them. That's all right. We'll figure it out. I don't want to have a cleanup stream today, but all right. So our goal is about 60 pounds. Our goal is about 60 pounds, and I just want to know what size spring I need in order to make the clutch feel right. Because I got, the complaint was that the clutch felt too light. We've been working for a couple sessions here to try to shore up the clutch and make sure that it works properly. I've ordered a spring already. I ordered a 100-pound spring. It's like $140 5 pounds or something like that. So the distance on this clutch pedal from the absolute garbage hell. All right, hold on. Chat will be overlaid on top of it, but I'm just gonna show you guys the measurements that I'm taking here. We're looking for about 100 pounds, right? So on the moment arm, from the fulcrum, it's about 2.5 inches to the spring, and then the moment arm to the pedal is about, we can call it a foot. It's between a foot and 1 foot 2 inches. So let's say 1 foot 1 inch. So 2.5, 1 point. What is 2 inches? 1.15. So length to the fulcrum. That would be from the pedal, and we're flipping this over to the other side because it's pushing up against us, which we can do in a physics problem like this, I think. So the length from the fulcrum is 14.5, right? No, 1 foot 1 inch. 13. And then 1 inch is 13 point. We'll call it 13.1. 13.1. Oh no, that's this one. Oops, hold on. 13.1. The length to the spring is 2.1. Well, it's 2.5. Why is that? Oh, because that's actually, okay. 2.5. This is a weird architectural ruler. I hate these things. Whoa, I barely muted that sneeze in time. And the total load we're looking for is 60. Ah, dear God. I'm not going to be able to do a... This is in inches? 314 pounds on the spring? What the fuck? I have a 100-pound spring on the way. Can you calculate that wrong? 300 pounds? Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking with me? What is this? Okay, so from there, I've got 1 foot... So it's like 1.15. 1 foot, 0.15 feet. 1.15 feet, which is 1 foot 2.5 inches. So if we just take 1 foot 2 inches, we'll make that 14. Okay, that was a part of the problem. But it's still 330 pounds for the spring that I would need. What the fuck? Hey now, hey, it's me, your spring. What the hell's going on? Length to fulcrum is pretty high, but length from fulcrum would be this distance, which is really, it is a very small distance, and that's where we're getting all that mechanical advantage from. Yeah, 2.5, and that's even being generous. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, that is a big mechanical advantage. 330 pounds on a spring? I don't have that kind of money. Jesus Christ. That's for equilibrium. But no, that doesn't make any... Hold on. Total load is 60 pounds. Yeah. Because if we have a 60-pound... Oh. Yeah. We want... Out at F, we want to have a 60-pound throw on this thing. What if it's 55? 300. 300-pound spring. Jesus Christ. What's the spring rate on the spring I got? Where are your springs at? Show me your spring. This is a new interface. What the fuck is this? Shuffle products. What the why are you slow? Okay, hold on. Why do we have like master category? What if I drag this out? Is it gonna rearrange itself in it? No, they changed everything. Why? Why? I can't find where am I? What is this? Are you my son? Where am I? What is this place? Are you my doctor? What's going on? Hello? Oh, they got T-slot stuff. Wonder how much they charge. Probably a lot. How much is a bracket? Ugh. Okay. It's always so expensive. I like this mix a lot. We're gonna play this. What are springs? Springs are, they're kind of raw material, aren't they? Springs aren't in any of these categories. What are spring? Spring are machinery? No. Spring are not fastener. Springs actually do the exact opposite of fastening things together. They are the antithesis to fasteners, springs are. Power transmission? They're not hydraulics. Clamping and, no, pipe tubing and hose. Fabricating? They're the opposite of adhesive. Why buy anything if you can print anything? Because we're looking for a spring. I mean, you can print springs, but... Pressure, temperature, no. Lubricating, no. Handling, no. Lighting, no. Pulling and suspending, maybe. Safety, office. What the fuck are springs? What are springs? They're not pumps. Control F. Spring. Ah. That's spring plunger. I get... They're using commas, so that's not... Springs. Power transmission. All right, that makes sense. How big of a magnet would you need? I don't... For 300 pounds? That'd be a hell of a magnet. Those are like magnets you got to be really careful around, because it's like dropping 300 pounds in your hand if something goes wrong. Thank you for the 37 months, Fadanon. Appreciate that. Springs. Wow, those are really wedged into power transmission, huh? And here, plastic compression springs. They're not good. Okay, so any of the regular old compression springs, I think I just went regular, and then the length of it was I think it was 4 inches. 4 inches, and our spring rate, I don't remember. Inner diameter, sorry, the OD is 20 millimeters. This is 20 millimeters in inches. 20 in inch, 0.7, so 0.75. We have one. We have one. And this is 130 pounds. Maybe I didn't get this one. Huh. But it's pounds per inch. So 3 inches, we would get to 300 pounds. 3 inches of compression. Which is actually good. And there's also the assist spring, which is a much beefier spring. So this might be an alternative. Compressed at max load, 2.3 inches. Never mind. That's a tough one. It's a 4-inch spring, though. Shouldn't it be able to... I guess the wire size. That's a $15 spring. Are you kidding me? All right, so that was 0.75 OD. The OD doesn't make much of a difference. It's just narrowing down the product line that I'm looking at. Usually you go by the wire, the width of the wire that you're making the spring out of. So it's the diameter here, and I think I had it at like 0.1. It was 3 millimeter. So yeah, 0.12 or something like that. So the diameter of 0.12, I think this is the spring, and the rate is 103 pounds. So if this size of the spring is the size of whatever it is, yeah. If this size of spring works, then I can go down this list to get a harder spring, but I had to kind of do a crapshoot and pay 15 bucks plus shipping in order to get a spring. Ugh. But this isn't what we're doing today. We're doing electronics. I'm just jack of all trades, master of none, except for jacking. The $15 that I waste. Spring rate 136, 50, 107. Weird. If the spring rate on this is 50, compressed at max load. Oh, that's the length at max load. It's 1 inch. Okay, so it goes from 4 inches to 1 inch, about 2 inches about. And the spring, what we're asking it to do is probably about that on the clutch pedal. So if this is 103 pounds per inch, 3 inches to get the 300 pounds. That might be what we need. The spring that I bought might do just fine. Because our fulcrum, based on 60 pounds or 18 some odd kilograms, our lever calculation comes out to about 308 pounds of load maximum. I think that's good. I think we got it. Whew. Spring calculations. I can't believe I'm compressing a 300-pound person. Every time I put in the clutch. All right, let me put the measure machine away. Whoa. All right, the only organized part of my entire shop is that one wall. I should just put a camera on it. Make me feel better. All right, let me get the spools out of here. This blue I'm excited about. This is gonna look good. The blue and the gray. I think the gray is gonna look really nice too, but if I make something blue and gray, like a spaceship or something. But like you guys, it's hard to see on camera. You get like little hints of it by looking through the spools to the light over here. Look at that shade of blue. It's deep. It's that kind of deep blue that I really like. Parallel springs. I thought about it. I don't want to add too much complexity. I mean, you saw, if you've seen that clutch before, you know that it is just a bunch of springs there. So I want to overstate the number of springs that are, overdo it with the springs is what I mean. This blue rivals the purple. I might have to print in blue now. Let me get the unopened spool out of here. I just hope these cardboard spools will hold themselves up properly. Yeah. More print stuff. More food for my printer. Yes, good. Printer. I wish I used more filament, because then I could do this more often. I think I can actually like extract from the wall holders. I think they're designed for that. I don't know how much tug the what is it? I don't know how much tug the feeder has, the filament though. You know, I think it'll back the rolling cart up against the wall if it does that. Because those, I mean, they're heavy. The spools are heavy, and yeah, I don't know. It has a pretty intense mechanical advantage though, because it's a gear feeder. We need to we're probably going to spend a bit of time making cables today. Because we need multiple bench things to interact. Some of them we can't get a reading from. We'll have severed mechanicals sitting here, but it's only 3 devices, so we got to get that all up, get the oscilloscope hooked up to it, get some packets running around. Would have thought that springs in parallel would net the same tension as one alone. You're just doubling all your numbers if everything is properly set up, but your springs have mechanical, like, they exist in 3 dimensions. So if you've got a moment arm and you're only 2 inches from the moment arm and you have a spring and the width of that spring is 3/4 of an inch, your next spring down the line is going to be even further out from your fulcrum. So all the equations land differently. They hit differently and they have a different distance and just everything changes. Spool's pretty good. I keep mine in a plastic container on a wood pole and it spins the spool just fine. Yeah, that feeder does have quite a bit of a mechanical advantage, doesn't it? I wonder if I could get away with that. I think the rolling cart rolls so easily, though. I mean, the problem that you guys see on my prints is pretty clear, right? And I think this would solve it. Putting the spool, because the spool's heavy, right? At least at first. Spool's heavy at first, and so, oh god, the orange is so bright. Super bright orange. Let's see if we can back up a little bit here. Falsetto singing is emotional. Oh. Whoa, why did the color change completely? What the hell? This camera should not be on any kind of an auto mode. All right, here's the problem with my prints. Father, I hunger for cheese. Father, please. The cheese, it calls to me. So this isn't a huge problem, but it is a little bit of an issue. The ringing and getting an accelerometer on this thing would probably be a good idea. Right now, my print speed is at absolute fucking maximum, right? And I do have anti-ringing stuff running, but it doesn't appear to be doing a whole lot at this speed. Yeah, if I slow it down a little bit, it'll print really nicely, but these little wibble wobbles, they're wibbling and they're wobbling and they're affecting my prints. I don't much care for it. And I wonder if reducing, well, it's in both axes, but in both axes, all that weight on the top of the 3D printer, it's basically shaking it. And so, you know, as it gets to a location and tries to go the other direction, it kind of blah, 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 blah. So I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. I do need to redesign the hot end. I'm gonna be doing that in the near future because there's one hot end for the Titan Aero versus Creality CR10S. So I got all the parts into Fusion 360. I need to staple them all together. Yeah, I guess it would be worse without the compensation. It's still, other people's printers don't do this. Of course, then again, I'm running so much faster than other people. Look at it, it's like a magic eye on the side of my print. Freaking magic eye. Emotional singing. Shut up, guy. Yeah, so, I don't know. It'd be nice if this was a nice flat line. Yours does it too. Yeah. It might be, I mean, you know, if I lower the layer size and slow it down, I guess I could probably put like a fancy mode. Never mind, mine doesn't. Ban. Hey, go fuck yourself. No, yeah, but I mean, look at that. It's like real wibbly. I did all the calculations. I did all the test prints. I can go through the tutorial again to try to do it again, but I don't know. Maybe I'll put the accelerometer on it and we'll see what that says. I don't know GitHub, but I do know Clipper documentation. Yeah, Clipper documentation takes you through that stuff pretty well. Let me answer the question, damn. You have some agency here. Yeah, there's a process that you gotta go through. There's a process that you go through in order to get rid of the ringing. And also, at the same time, I took the most aggressive speed settings that I could. So this was a 1 hour and 5 minute print. So 1 hour and 5 minutes to do this, which is the more infill I give it, the faster the print. But this is 1 hour, 5 minutes, and it's got an 18% infill, whatever those things are called, the gyroids or whatever, the wibbly lines. Pretty cool. Excuse me, I usually mute for coughing. But so with Clipper, you know, I went through that whole tutorial and everything, and we did our best to put in the frequencies of all the vibrating lines. And so what I got at these speed settings were ringing, but it's consistent ringing. It's consistent ringing. So you got and it actually that might be a product of the infill. I don't know, but yeah, I've got consistent ringing on X and Y. Because of the compensation doing its job well. I think from here, the best thing that I could do is wire up one of the accelerometers that I have, put it on a little cable, and then run it. And I think it'll compensate itself away. Maybe. Tighten bolts, acceleration and jerk, yeah. Acceleration and jerk, I didn't really get to those settings. I've got them set at known goods for the Creality CR10S. Maybe there's a matter of jerking it a little bit. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The input shade. Well, input shading, is that different from the frequency compensation? I think if that's the same thing as the frequency compensation, then yes. If not, no. I'm just running Clipper. If it's doing it already, then I'm doing it. They just named it input shaping. Okay, so it is the same. Yeah, that's what we did. We did the test print and looked at where all of the wibbling was, all the shaking, and then I did the measurement and the calculation, and I put in a frequency, and then it solved all of my problems. And I also set the maximum acceleration and stuff to the maximum that I saw have a reasonable surface. So it's still there because I'm running it at like the bleeding edge of what I can run. I can't believe the clutch spring needs to be 300 pounds. 300 pounds, that's ridiculous. That 300 pounds at its maximum amount of force in order to produce about 55 to 60 pounds of clutch force. Because what we're doing is we're taking this free moment diagram and we are flipping our weight to the other side here, and we're reversing it, we're pushing, which is reasonable to do when you're doing simple physics equations. So it's basically the same thing. It's the same thing. Force down on a moment arm opposite, we're just pushing it over to the other side. Auto-tune with the accelerometer, better results, yeah. Yeah, I would assume pulling myself out of the system is probably the best thing that I can do for it. I have the accelerometer, I just need to make the cable for it and make it plug into alternative pins that I'm not using, like the limit switches. Oh my God, I had that up the whole time? Fix a little bit over here. I'm being fully sarcastic if you didn't notice. Fully sarcastic. We're gonna need programmers today. That tile fell down and I've been too much of a shithead to fix it. I need to go get the staple gun. No, it's not about hooking it up. It's not about hooking it up to the limit switches. Those are just extra pins that I can hook stuff up to and get the signal all the way into the controller. Does it plug into the Raspberry Pi? It plugs into the Raspberry Pi, doesn't it? That seems odd. Yeah, I guess if it plugs into the Raspberry Pi, I could just make a cable that plugs into the Pi. I don't think the case I have the Pi in has those pins available, though. figure that one out. You can plug it into either. Okay. Oh, this pile of crap. This pile of crap. We're gonna need a place where I can program this thing in the near future. I feel like fully drained. I don't think I actually slept. I think I pantomimed sleeping. So I think once we get rolling here, I'll feel all right. This piece, by the way, this is part of the back end of the accelerometer. So the accelerometer looks like a freaking hammerhead, but it has this on one side. Or sorry, not accelerometer. Why are there lyrics every time I try to... the load cell. So the load cell is connected to the top of the pedal box. It has a pusher piece on the front, and then on the back end it has this. And this is just the stop limit. This is just to keep it from basically braking when somebody puts full force of braking into it. Because I have a feeling the amount of force on that load cell is going to be quite enough. And it doesn't really feel like a real brake, sort of. It feels like a real brake pedal. It doesn't quite move like a real brake pedal. At least my brake pedal. My brake pedal you can get all the way down to the floor if you press hard enough. There might be a bubble in my system somewhere. But anyway, the brake force on this thing, it's gonna feel more like an actual race car in that the pedal just won't move. It'll have a little bit of squish, but it needs to be the pie. Why are you guessing? Why are you guessing? Okay, so if it needs to be the pie, then I might as well just make a wire that goes all the way down to the pie. Hold on. That means I won't mess around with limit switches and stuff. Okay, all right. We got a bunch of stuff to figure out. I got to figure out how to get this thing lowered into a jar with MEK in it, and then get it out of there safely without using my bare hands while this thing retains its shape. I'll have to figure out. That's gonna be a weird one. I'm gonna have to hook Gray back up and make a bunch of test prints for this thing. I have a couple. These are different layer heights. The shiny stuff looks way better in a large layer height, huh? Like, look at the difference between these two. Look upon the difference between these two prints. Look at the difference here. One is half of the other's layer height. It looks way better on the larger layer height. It looks more like plastic. But remember, this is the one that leaks between layers. I don't know about this one. The other one, this one's probably harder to find the leak. So it's PETG, so my only choice with these is to put them into acetone. But instead of acetone, I'm using MEK, which is still coming in the mail. Hopefully it didn't blow up at the shippers. Hopefully they don't toss it against the door with the force of 1,000 suns, which they normally do around here. I lost that one forever. Yeah, we'll have to see which one we actually test out. Well, we'll test a bunch of them, I guess. I don't know how long it needs to be in there for it to start to like melt down and actually be smooth, and then what kind of dimensional retention it has, and how we can safely get it in and out of the jar. Have a jar stream. That's a hell of a title. All right, I want to listen to this mix, but I'll actually capitulate and start the stream. I want to just listen to the mix. But this is a good break time. It's right when a song is about to go in. We'll avoid the train wreck because these guys don't know how to mix songs together. They're really bad at it. Yeah, he's just never learned. He just plays the next song. He just starts it. I'm kidding. Big John's been DJing longer than most of you have been alive. All right, so Hi, I guess. Hi. What are you doing here? What are you guys, why are you in my shop? Get out. I didn't invite you. We're working on my simulator setup, and my simulator setup is a big, complicated thing. It's a big, complicated pyramid scheme. No, it's a big, complicated thing that starts with an actual car steering wheel, and that actual car steering wheel runs on something called the LIN bus. The LIN bus is a local internet connect protocol that was invented by Satan in the burning fires of hell in order to torture engineers for all of eternity. It was invented by a consort of a bunch of different European car companies in order to make a cheaper CAN bus. The CAN bus requires a lot of pins and it does a lot of really cool functionality, but they wanted something cheaper because steering wheels, everybody loves to have like buttons on their steering wheels, right? And so you've got like a bunch of low priority sensors and stuff running around in a car that you want to just sort of put on your own thing. And so this is like a cheaper, easier implementation. It's basically a one-wire protocol. You have one wire, it's at 12 volts, and it communicates with everybody on the bus, and they send signals back and forth. And so what we did is we made our minimum by law classification of LIN bus protocol in order to be able to trick our steering wheel into giving us the status of all of its buttons. And that's worked pretty well. We actually took that protocol and we applied it to accessories. And so the shifter and the pedals of my sim setup now speak that one-wire protocol. And I've got a little 3-pin connector that I can plug everything into. It'll power the external electronics. These bolts need to be tightened. It'll power the external electronics and it will get signals back from them. It's pretty cool, like 3 wires. You got 12 volts, ground, and then a signal on it. And so I now, because of this fucking thing right here, this little Steptronic shifter from BMW, because of this little Steptronic shifter, I need to change up the protocol. I need to make new signals and stuff. We need to make new packets. I keep saying really loud. I gotta get rid of that. Fuck. God damn it. I'm gonna try not to say I keep saying It's really bad to do. If you get in the habit of it, if you get in the habit of it, it helps to have somebody correct you. But I'm the only person here, so I don't get, and you guys aren't allowed to correct me on it. You guys don't get to correct me on it because that would be toxic as shit. So, do you give up on the 3D printed shifter? No, that's sitting right here. That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck. The 3D printed shifter is the reason we're looking at this stuff right now. I'm trying to get this thing onto the one-wire protocol. If I pause for a long amount of time, that's because I'm keeping myself from going So you guys get to deal with a slightly more ponderous sounding bother because he's very deliberate in his speech right now in order to untrain the bad speech habits that I've noticed recently. Bother. You shut your fucking face hole, you fuck. All right, so here's the deal. So with the LIN bus active on the system, fuck, I start talking naturally and I start saying again. With the LIN bus on the system, I want to be able to add packets to it because we have new accessories. So I need to set up a bench test of everything. And once we get the LIN bus running to all of our stuff, we can then implement our new stuff, which will be the, that was an intentional, all right? That one I'm allowed to do. That one was not. That one I'm not allowed to do. Fuck! I think I might have to stop doing this. This is a bad bit. Fuck! Rather than he just slows down his speech. That's because you very intentionally have to keep yourself from making the noise. See, I just internally there. Oh, God. It's the sound of the wheels spinning. So, so what we're doing here, see how much better it sounds when I censor the word? It's just a struggle to talk now. All right. See, I turned that one into an all right. This is going to be very hard to get out of my speech today. I want to set up so that we can put this thing onto a perforated prototyping board. We also need a bench setup to reverse engineer the wireless protocol for the wireless wheel. So this one goes aside. This is our reverse engineering board. It doesn't really need this big of a breadboard, does it? Because this would be a good board for the shifter so that we can set up the microcontroller on it and stuff. But I do need this much space to hold the buttons and stuff. The buttons. But I need the breadboard. What was on the other breadboard? The other breadboard is audio project that we need to get back to. Once all of this shit and burn the subs is fixed. Hey, these projects are taking too long, but I'm learning a lot as I go. This is just the way of things around here. I'm disappointed in myself for not working on burn the subs, but we're also doing a lot of really cool stuff with it that's sort of expanding our horizons. If I can learn how to work with the MEK and I know how to do the annealing, you know, we're set for doing some waterproof style 3D prints, and that's going to translate into projects down the line. So thank you guys for sticking with me during all of this nonsense that I've been up to. I don't think for one second that I don't have the perception or that I'm too lackadaisical to care about other projects while this thing is going on. We had somebody the other week who was on my ass about, now there it is again. We had somebody last week who was on my ass about not getting projects done during other projects. You know, how oh, that's bullshit. You can't just switch gears. Don't think for one second that that's not what I do. I don't get a lot of credit for being good at what I do. That's just the nature of chat, I guess. I get to live with that. But anyway, so let's see. I'm gonna need perforated prototyping boards. I don't know if I can. I think I definitely need this one to do a LIN bus and an entire Pro Mini. But I do have smaller. I bought a bunch of little breadboards. These might be too small. Yeah, they're too small. But if we could set up that wireless Jim Jam on something like this, this is really only good to like break out pins. It's a nice color of blue though. I like that shade of purple blue. Yeah, it doesn't really work. Well, I gotta break that one down anyway. I need that breadboard. I need that breadboard. Lurking, getting entertained. Hell yeah, man. Take some ideas away from my own projects. Yeah, that's what, I mean, that's really peak oh bother, isn't it? That's what I'm all about. That's why I can call myself an educator when I sign up for expensive CAD software. That's true. These do click together. Legios. Oh, man. It's going to be peak season for getting triggered at people saying Legos soon. That Lego Star Wars like just came out, right? So if you want to go to other streams, not here because I don't give a shit. If you want to go to other streams and get all triggered about people saying the plural of Lego wrong, now's the time. Everybody's going to be doing the Star Wars. I got Star Wars. All right, so let's see. What do we got? We have 2 pins that are being taken to 2 separate pins, and then we got 2 grounds over here. It's kind of a wonder that this... Oh, I see, because we're pulling... Where's power? What the fuck? Oh, I see. I hit a little pin in there. Okay, so if I'm to do this on one of these... Oops, I really bent that wrong. This would just basically just hold it. I'm really gonna cover a whole. I'm just gonna use a whole one in order to do that, huh? Yeah, it looks good. What did I stumble into? It's we're inventing toxicity. I've discovered a new source of toxicity, and it's the plural of Lego. Because Lego Star Wars came out. We got the Lego Star Wars. So if you really want to get triggered, go start correcting streamers on how to say Lego in plural. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna loop this around under this. I gotta be careful of these wires because they're gonna snap. I mean, I guess I could do this over here. Yeah, we'll just block a bunch of the breadboard. It's not proud of it, but these holes have not been broken in. Ugh. These are very stiff. Yeah, that wants to be severed. Okay, so that'll be all right. So get that like that, and then I need my shoulder buttons. Yeah, the plural of Lego is Lego. Yeah. Oops. We don't need thermals right now. I know it is kind of interesting, and I should probably have them on, but it's like very dark in this camera today. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the dark one. Am I the dark one? This go like this. I'll figure out hooking the rest of this up later. But yeah, that should be good enough for me to run this board and then connect to it with the oscilloscope so we can do a little bit of reverse engineering on it. I hope I don't have to get to the point where I need to get familiar with Wireshark again, but I might, because there might be like task scheduling and stuff that needs to occur, which would be annoying. In the lore, they're always called Lego bricks. Do they ever call them Legos? Because this is just something that, like, from the more Lego-oriented people in my chat, aka my moderator, OctoJ, has corrected me quite a few times, going, "Ree, it's Lego." No, he never goes Ree. He's too level-headed. But he has essentially corrected me on that quite a bit. I guess there's Lego Star Wars lore for you lore hounds out there. Why is this thing bending itself at like a 90-degree angle? Hold on. You come back over here. All right, so that's the breadboard setup for TX and RX sniffing that we'll do later. This is going to be tough. We'll have to really get into it with that and figure it out. But, all right, I can foresee that as being tough. Let's just put that like over here with the other stuff. Because I'm hoping Thursday we can play with MEK a little bit. I don't really know what exactly I'm supposed to be doing with that. I know I'm supposed to be wearing a respirator when I work with it, but I don't know if I will. And then, yeah, there's just a bunch of stuff that we got to figure out. Hey now, you call packets whatever you want on your own time. Sniffing each other's packets in here, man. Bunch of pretentious weirdos. Yeah, yeah, sniffing out the packets. I think that's something that Wireshark might make quite a bit easier on us, isn't it? Here's the shifter. I might need new, like, hookups on this thing in order to get to all of our accessories. I have a LIN bus splitter that's down there. Maybe I'll get the LIN bus splitter down here, and then we can run all of our stuff. I mean, if we were to run this as it was, what happens is the very compact data cable over here, this one has LIN bus, and it takes it all the way to the wheel, and then it splits it off into a bunch of these guys. But we actually should probably split it off up here. So I'll connect the LIN bus digital cable with the encoder and everything on it. We're only going to power up the one board, too. We're not going to power up all the system. So this one here, and I might need to put 48 volts on this, although I could probably use less, because we've got the 12-volt regulator and the 5-volt regulator here for this system. So this one goes down to the wheel. This is my sim setup, and this is a LIN bus powered system that communicates fuck, that communicates with a steering wheel and a shifter from a real car. We're replacing the shifter from the real car, that's kind of sad, you know? I'm kind of sad about that, replacing the actual car wheel, like the car shifter. We will be putting in pedals from an actual car, though, so I guess that kind of balances it out a little bit. But it is sad to have a 3D printed, essentially a toy, on the system. All right, so there's that. Let me get the splitter all the way down here. Looks like the splitter requires me to do a male to male. So let me do that real quick. I got to basically do 3 pins to 3 pins. Let me make a little adapter for that. There. The JST connectors are 0.1 inch spaced, so that opens up the field to a lot of good stuff. A lot of good kludging that I can do here. Get pins from up here. Pins! I need pins. Need a respirator for fart sniffing. Nah. I think Thursday we do MEK, but that means Friday is the less fun packet sniffing. or we do more of this. I find that if I put sim in the title, I get a lot of y'all. That was actually what that one place that wanted me to advertise weird products. Some weird products, man. I don't think I could have gotten behind some of the stuff that they wanted me to. I won't say what, just because out of professional, I don't know, decorum. I don't know what to call it. Anyway, actually we could do the plugs. We'll just do JST plug to plug. But yeah, they were interested in working with me in the future because they identified my channel as potentially exploding, which is a very high compliment. Let me just get that off the out of the whatever. But what they wanted to do was monitor metrics in the title to see how that works. How often do you restock your component library? What do you mean, like in Fusion, in AutoCAD? Or do you mean actually, like, because I guess you could call it a library, yeah. It's like, so the jelly bean parts, the essentials, are the things that I think you misinterpreted the word exploding. Yeah, they identified me for being canceled. So I feel like this channel's always in danger of exploding. Yeah, there's a little bit of that going around. What's going on, Trumple Foreskin? Trumple Foreskin was one of those names that went on the board, like, the first board initially, that I just laughed. Like, every time I saw it after that, I'm like, like, there's Twitch for you. The actual physical library. Yeah, so there are essentials that I keep around, and as the bin dwindles, like, you'll see I have other bins that are like this, that are like out of one particular size and stuff. That's when I go and I buy more. Should probably change it. Why? That name is going to be around for a long time. I don't know. It's like when I run out of one thing, I might buy a pack of thing. I don't really keep that tight of an inventory. It's all in my head, which is bad because something will happen to my head and then I won't know what I have. But that's just the way it is, man. Like, I don't know, there's a bit of a parts explosion and I need to reorganize. It's usually when you reorganize that you discover all the stuff that you're out of or you need more of. And it seems like it's about time for me to do basically where you take a bin and you turn it over and then you put all the stuff that should be in that bin back in that bin, and then you keep moving like that for everything. And eventually your bins are cleaned out again and you know what you have. Because I need to go through a round of that with the trash can. Everything's starting to kind of boil over. It's starting to... I am forming an eagle's nest around me, and that was a term that I had heard from the paramedics for a person who's sitting dead in their office chair and is completely surrounded by garbage. It's a great term, eagle's nest. That's happening to me right now, except it's not like cans of food and stuff, you know? It's project parts that are starting to surround me. Shop defragmentation. Yeah, that's essentially it. But yeah, over here, and you guys can barely see it, and I can't really get it on camera unless I rearrange stuff. I have actual car pedals that I want to put into this whole system. I'm still working with the actual car pedals, so. Okay, so this is the wheel cable. Let me get this out of the way. I need to make a male-to-male adapter for the cables so that I can run that little distributor, the distributor. Jeez, I said that weird. So I can run this up here, and we have something to plug into for our future accessories. We're just making a bench setup today. That's all we got to do. Make a bench setup so that I can get the O-scope looking at packets, and we can see what kind of information is fluttering about our setup. Where's the other end of this one? I'll just take this. We probably have to make a couple cables too. Ugh, I borked. All right, blue to blue, just like this. We'll just solder that together. I could put a piece of shrink wrap around it. Yeah, this is going to become part of the system, so I think what I'm going to do is put a dollop of hot glue on it and then shrink wrap around the outside. What's up, Chester? All right, so heat. And maybe something to hold it. I might as well. I could do this by hand, but I have luxuries like a vice. I can't believe this thing is, and this is in you know, the last time I looked it up money, so the price of stuff like this has probably gone up significantly, but this vice is like $600 because it's a precision Palmgren. It's got the name Palmgren on it. That's the essential part of it. I need to put it through another round of cleanup though. But it's like, this is like an essential tool around here for holding on to stuff while I work on it. I don't like those little holding hands, the soldering holding hands. They are not Crescent Fresh. Which when I referenced Crescent Fresh in another stream, I got a lot of replies about like a squirrel. I don't know what that was all about, because Crescent Fresh is Syphil and Ollie. So that's my weird Generation X reference. But I don't know, I got like a different reply, and I don't know if it was in reference to something or if it was people actually understood that I was talking about Syphil and Ollie. That song bangs. I know, it's fucking awesome. Don't tell me what I already know. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if there's another reference or something that I missed. Yeah, that show was great because like they would just go into like a music bit. It'd be like a good music bit because MTV was like, I don't know, I guess we have something to do with music, right? I just don't know what the other reference could possibly be because like they don't in Crescent Fresh they don't say anything about a squirrel, and I don't think that episode even said anything about it. Maybe the lead into that did. Maybe it's some podcast that I don't know about, that I'm too old for. Hello? Huh, that was hard to solder. Okay. Male-to-male adapter for the LIN bus stuff. Is that all? Did I do a good job? Yeah, okay. Gotta make sure. I think I'm gonna skip the hot glue and just go straight to shrink wrapping it. I don't want to wait for the hot glue gun to heat up. Do I have the? Yeah, I do have the hot air gun here. So we will just get a piece of shrink wrap, just to be nice, just to make it look like it's not, you know, two JST plugs soldered together. Do I have to get out the big stuff? Oh, I'm a little out of alignment there. Whatever. This thing will be hidden under the servo of the steering wheel, where I had previously run this guy. It's not Crescent Fresh. Okay, so this, there, approximately this much. Cut. Nice little clean cut. This, that. And then the hot air gun. Hot air gun, which is always in reach. Okay, I gotta get down. Okay, all right. Don't pay attention to me. I'm not here. Got it. I had to reach down. I always keep the hot air gun close because it's always useful. It's a good tool, especially when you're doing this kind of stuff. A lot of shrink wrap. Yeah. We do a bunch of stuff with a hot air gun, to be honest. The other song that's been stuck in my head has been that recent Gorillaz song that's like, when I was in Carnival. And I said it with a terrible American accent, whatever. That one has just been like gorillas and earworms, you know? I can't handle this while I'm it's gonna be too hot. Nice and clean. Look at that. Beautiful. Yeah, they have the, I don't know, they have the quality of song where you listen to it and you're like, what is this? And then it's like, whatever. And then like in the middle of the night, you're like, I can't get that song out of my head. Have you had any EMI issues with your servo? I had to swap out all of my sim rig cables to shielded because it was so bad. These are very intentionally shielded cables. I think. Sorry, not this. It's the motor cable itself is very heavily shielded. I made sure about that, just to be sure that there was a ground surrounding the cables. And they've also got the metal DB connector housings on them, and then this is grounded to the case and everything. I was sure about that, and I have not had any noise issues in the history of running my system. The LIN bus might have some noise on it because these are all unshielded and just running willy-nilly out in the world. And we'll take a look, but LIN is supposed to be capable of filtering out noise because it's a 12-volt signal. It's a 12-volt, communications protocol. So that is a very large swing from your 1 to a 0. All right, so this plugs in here. This plugs in here. Yellow cable to the yellow cable, etc. And we can extract the one that I've got sitting in here. Actually, this one's for the shifter, but I'm going to need the wire. So let me get I have little shrouds over them. So I got to pull it out of here so that we have this cable available to us. This one. And the other one's over there. You guys can kind of see what I'm doing. A little bit. Once you said that, I started singing Clint Eastwood. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, that song actually got me into Del the Funky Homo Sapien. Or learned about him. And by association, eventually, the nerdcore rappers and stuff. He had a whole rap about video games, protoculture, raised it bit by bit, which was a lot of fun. It's a good song. All right, we don't need the heat gun now. Hopefully, I don't have to make 1 billion cables to get this running. I mean, we already had a bench set up for the previous thing, so just trying to get it all back together, get the band back together. So that's the steering wheel hooked up, and we've extracted the cable from the shifter. So now I can hook everything up here. Hopefully. Hopefully. We might still need to make 1 cable for it because we got LIN bus coming in from outside over here. I can take that. Now this will plug into here. Yeah, we need a short cable to go between our splitter and the board down here, because the shifter, we'll use this one, Well, unless I use the shifter cable as our short run. Hold on a minute. Because we have two things that need to plug in. The pedals, which are this board here. Pedals here. We'll let that go a long distance. Actually, the pedals are going to be the short one now because they'll be the controller I'm going to attach to the base. So I will need to run another wire out of this enclosure. How am I going to do that? I guess I'll have to put a panel somewhere in here. I'll have to put a panel connector somewhere that plugs in to the outside world near instead of the far steering wheel. That'll be something I gotta figure out. There'll be more holes that I gotta drill. Unless I put it like down here. I'll just have a little 3-pin connector in there. I don't know. Pedals go there. And then the shifter is this one. The wheel's hooked up. Pedals, shifter, and then we need our connection to the master thing. And I'll hook it up on the other side. Yeah, let's plug them all in on the other side because we'll have the enclosure coming from the other end. You, and you. So we need 2 more cables. I need to make 2 cables to do this. Let's get this over here for now. Bench test. This is what bench testing is all about. All right, 2 more cables. Let's get the crimping stuff out. Huzzah, we get to crimp. I like to crimp. Ah, sending shit all over the place trying to get at this. Crimper. JST plugs. And wire. And wire? Let me go get the wire. That's all the way over there. Actually, it's right here. it's actually right here. It's actually right here. And then spiral wrap will help keep all these together so that they don't look like ass. They don't look like complete ass running around my shop. Meanwhile, the neighbors are going for a walk and they're like up on the street over there by my wide open window and they just hear me go ass like right into the window. I wonder what that guy over there is doing. Weirdo who lives in that house, that pervert that lives in that house. I wonder what he's up to. And they just hear ass just through the window. Well, at least I'm not previously recorded. They had a meme on theirs that was like fuck my cock or something like that, like Rich Evans saying that loudly. They had some weirdo fucking memes, but at least I don't have to deal with those. All right, a little bit of spiral wrap I'm gonna put on this just to indicate that it's part of the system. It'll just look good. Let's do that. How's everybody today? How we doing? We doing all right? We doing good? This is a different size spiral wrap. God damn it. Hold on. I gotta find the right size spiral wrap. That's to look good. I have a bin that's full of the spiral wrap over here. It's actually kind of blocked by stuff. Where's that smaller? I might have run out of smaller stuff since the conception of this whole thing. Looking through the bins, trying to find spiral wrap of all things. No, and I just found a servo-operated valve. Okay, cool. I don't know where that came from. All right, a weird one to get into this bin. Oh, and another one. What the fuck? What am I doing over here? It's like a ball valve that's actuated. All right, let's see. I don't think I have any more of the spiral wrap. That's gonna make things a little annoying. All right, we'll go back to the size that I had then. Go back to the size that I had. Yeah, this is all the same size. This stuff smaller? Okay, it is the same. That is the same stuff. I think I think this size might be a little bit smaller. It might be the same stuff though. Sorry, I'm just I haven't seen that bin in so long that I started to forget what was in it. Look at how cold it is over there. Forever struggling with a 3D scanner. I saw that thing. That thing looks cool. You're still doing that though. All those 3D scanning projects that people got into are all like dead now, right? They're not messing with them anymore. I think this is the piece that I just cut. This one's smaller than ugh, whatever. This is not the piece that I just cut. All right, so I'll wrap it in this, and we'll just go from there. This is an old piece of spiral wrap. I've been doing this since like last September. Oh God. I really wish I could get a scan of the. All I need is the 3-dimensional, like, profile of that line for the airbag. I mean, at its worst, I could just make a panel that'll just go over that stuff. I mean, maybe I could just open up Fusion and just do a 3D line and just eyeball it and then adjust it from there. Because if I just eyeball that line to make an airbag cover, I guess it's okay. I guess. Ooh, it's actually legitimately getting cold now. I think a cloudy day has settled in. I'm like, I don't know, I have a weird sense of temperature today. Temperature. All right, that's enough for that wire. I just want to hold it together so that it's not like a big loose wire that's going to catch everything. Since we're going open enclosure today. Our enclosures are open. Actually, we can push that up a little bit and I can just keep going. I just don't want to I don't want to stress out the solder joints on this wire. This isn't really going to help do that, but it'll help me be more cognizant of it being a cable. It be cable. Keep the interiors of your enclosures nice and neat, folks. It helps. I'll keep wrapping it. I'll keep wrapping it. I wanna cut it short. I don't know what happened to my tiny spiral wrap. I think there's probably a reel of it sitting around somewhere. I'll need to find. But this stuff is close enough. There we go. That's a little. That's actually going to do the opposite of not stressing out the connections. Oh well. That's like the direct opposite of not stressing it out. Well, I can Velcro this up somewhere if I need to. I just put it right there. I'll need to make like a Y cable for the interior of this. Or I could possibly just drop another connector right next to that. Nah, that's too tight on the circuit board. Yeah, believe it or not, every now and then we get a cloud out here. It looks pretty bright. I'm like sweating. What's wrong with me? I'm like sweating. And it's like, maybe that's why I'm perceiving it as being cold, because I've been running around all of the stuff. Maybe I just got a cold or something. Packages are arriving. It seems like I might have my MEK. I want my MEK. All right, so let's see. We're running a wire. We're running around science like kids with guns, creating a new world while the one we got is stinking. Go on, hands up. Anyone who thinks they got it right. That's from a 2004 Orbital song, and it's always in my brain. Welcome to my brain, chat. We don't want this wire. We want the other one. I gotta retract it. Retract the wire that I don't need. No! Oh, green is gonna become an issue. All right. So we want yellow, black, and blue. I made the LIN bus on the blue wire, and it was out of this kit. What just made a noise? Something made a noise. I didn't tell anything back there that it was allowed to move without my explicit permission. It's not a kitty. All right. There was a time that I was working at my desk years ago, and I was facing away from the window because that's where the desk is in here, or was. And I have a bunch of tabs open. I forget exactly what I was working on, but it was one of those intensive projects where I'm kind of like hunkered down at the computer. And what? Is it okay if I put a ferrule on a cable before putting into what's a Wago style thing? Ferrules are good. You can do whatever you want with a ferrule. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, I was facing away from the window and I was working on stuff, and I just hear this raspy kind of just meow, like a meow, and I'm like, wonder what I have open that's meowing at me. Turns out it was a big, moderately weighty orange cat staring at me. Affectionately known by chat as Window Cat now, but I was able to snap a couple pics of it a long time ago. And yeah, it's just like an orange cat around the neighborhood. Pretty crazy. I tried to say hi to it, like go upstairs and actually say hi to the cat, but it took one look at me, hissed, and then walked away. I was like, all right. The only way that I know if Window Cat is coming around is if all the neighborhood birds are pitching a fit, because they'll all go psycho, because they're warning each other about a cat being around. You still have your CNC laser machine. That's the other project around here. I got Sim stuff and I got Burn the Subs, and those are the two that I'm working on lately. Burn the Subs is, well, we're currently, for Burn the Subs, we are trying to seal the laser. We're trying to seal a water jacket, a 3D printed water jacket, around the laser. Yeah, oh Lord, he coming. Hims make big steppy. But yeah, the CNC laser engraver is project number the other. It is the other priority of what we're working on, and that's what all this stuff is back here. A little bit of the stuff that's kind of sitting in the project stuff that I haven't gotten rid of and want to keep out corner. A lot of 3D prints sitting back here. We tried to do salt annealing of 3D prints. Works okay, but it creates kind of a weird dry finish on the outside. So while this would be able to hold water around the laser, the slightly more hot, more powerful laser, and we are water cooling it pretty much for the memes, just for funsies. We just want to water cool it because it'd be fun, and it'd be cool to have a water cooled laser. I think this thing will actually justify the rest of the water cooling system. Maybe. In the future, we'll look towards water cooling, you know, actual motor drivers that get hot. But for now, for Burn the Subs, the next version of it, yeah, I want to have water cooling. I think that'll be fun. Crimping these things is a pain in my ass, but I think we get away with. Do we use the circular crimp? Let me look at one of these. A big pain in my ass. Looks like I used the split one on that. If I can get away with using the circular one, the crimps end up much cleaner. So I hate having to make cables on stream. I guess that's what we were in for. I didn't realize that ahead of time. I should have thought. I should have thought about this. But we gotta make a couple of these wires so we can set up a proper electronics bench test, and I can get the O-scope over here. I'll clean some of this stuff up, and yeah. We'll get rolling with this. But that's what we're doing today. We're just hanging out, building stuff. Good times, good times. I don't know how to get these right. I feel like I need to make something that sort of clamps the crimp in at the proper distance every time. You know, maybe I don't use the, oh God, that's going to crush the entire thing. This is why it always ticks me off that they give you exactly the number of crimps that you need. Like, they give you exactly the number of crimps in the kit. Sometimes stuff goes wrong. See if I can't pin tool my way out of this. Sometimes stuff just goes very wrong and you lose these. These are disposable. Nope. Nope. I'm just going to crush it. Yeah, there we go. A perfect crimp every time. That one died. It died an undignified death. All right. It was run over by a fart truck. The least dignified death. Get another one here. I think I use number 1 for these JSTs. I think I use number 1, and that just does it all in one operation. And the trick of it is figuring out what the depth of the wire needs to be so that I get a good crimp. But I think you pinch the top just a little bit and then feed it into number 1. And the distance is just dictated by the change in the size of the crimp. I just pull forward on it and get the little wings that grip the jacket of the wire caught on the ridge between the 2 different crimps. And then from there, I get it to the click setting that just barely expands those as it starts to form into the thing. And then this goes forwards until I feel it bump up against that same spot, the difference between the 2 crimps. But I don't think it bumps. Oh yeah, it goes all the way in. So I need to kind of like put it like that. And then from there, oh, that one worked perfectly, I think. The only criticism that I have for this one here is that, no, that's actually good. So it is, unfortunately, that heart-shaped crimp cuts into the jacket of the wire, but it is hugging the jacket of the wire, and I want to have a little bit of the silicone sticking out of the other end because that means that the jacket is properly, seated in there. Otherwise, when the wire flexes, it might flex something that isn't the jacket. It'll just flex the wire itself. So these JST connectors work with single core wire. I don't think so. Because they're relying on the different strands when it bends, when it makes that bend. Yeah, I'm gonna say no, unless I guess you solder them or something. But like you see right here, what's happening in there is it's grabbing the wire by the pigtails. It's grabbing all the little strands of wire and it's crushing them into a pressure situation. And so all of those individual strands of wires are going to be held onto by the 2 crimps curling in on themselves, and that's where you get all that wonderful electrical connection from. So yeah, they don't work with single core wires. All right, which part of the connector is? Which one is which? You come here. So the ridges, like that. The 2 12-volt connectors are on the ends. So if I plug it in backwards, I don't blow anything up. I plugged it in backwards. Oh no, you give me that back. Like that, like that. There we go. Okay. Now I got it. Now you're getting with it. All right. Ancient propeller head song from a Bond movie, I think. No, that wasn't from that. No, it's from like every TV commercial for a couple of years. I have to kind of help it in. If I crush it with pliers, I can get it to go in. It's just when it does this, it fans outwards and then it doesn't fit in the opening. So like usually I take the pliers and I just give it a little smunch. All right, that's got to be like looped all the way around in a weird way and just put like that. There. Jeez. Stupid thing. The weight of the cable threw it down. I guess, yeah, I guess that's a drop, huh? Pretty hard to plug a JST in backwards. No, but it'll wire it backwards. It's super easy. Ask me how I know. All right, this thing in here. Little pinchy on the front. This thing in here, all the way forward. Okay, it's not cooperating. Let's crimp it down on it. Oh, it's in there sideways. That's gonna hurt it. Fuck. I fucked it up. I put it in sideways. This is the other problem with this. The other problem is when you get them in sideways like that. That's not gonna work. Rejected. Plurp. Man, you know, these fucking little bastards. All right, next. We're just going down the line like this. I'll try to get a little better at this. The better I can be at this, the faster it'll go. and then we'll have another wire. We can get the system all powered up and ready to start working today. I can see what the state of my coding is and whether or not we can get, because I basically have to reflash every device. We went through the ringer last time learning about the LIN bus, the local interconnect network bus, and all of its wonderful things, like, for instance, the fact that your address contains parity bits, and those parity bits are rather important to the function of the system, and I calculated them all wrong. Every single one. No, I actually got some of them right, but... I'd much rather you guys go easy on me with the coding, huh? Does that look like I crimped the jacket? Here, let's see what happened there. I think I'm going to accept it, but it does look like I crimped the jacket itself. There's still wire in there, though. It doesn't look like the jacket is completely crimped. Usually it'll squish out of the front, if that's the case. So I guess that'll make a decent electrical connection. I'm a little worried about it, but I think it'll be okay. I think I got some wire in there. That was a little bit too far. But how do you get it right? I don't know. I need like a specific distance or something. Round in the middle. Hello? Where's... Oh yeah, squish. Hey, squish. Hey, squish. Squish your head. Just a little bit. It's an exercise in control, right? But with it squished, even though the wire is like super weak, it should be able to push it all the way in. It's not. All right, so I need the pin tool still. Yeah. I you know, at some point you'd think I would have set up a jig to get this all perfect if I'm doing so many of these. I don't know what that would look like though. I need to put like a razor blade on a little chopping thing that, because like they have the expensive crimpers are the ones that'll strip the wire at a specific distance. Yeah, I know there's like, you can buy like a $1,000 machine that does it auto. You just put the wire in a hole and it goes bee or re, and then it just does everything for you. I wonder what the mechanics are or something like that. Or if I could just set it up so that I could have it do all the specific distances and stuff itself better without having to spend $1 billion. I could try it this way. I could just pinch it at just the right distance. Actually worked out perfectly. Okay, so that's the new technique. Hold it to the crimper so that the jacket of the wire is approximately halfway down this, and then insert it into the hole with the same pinch grip. I'll just do it against my fingernail, and that gets me to approximately the right length. This one's a little dodgy. We're still going to use it because it's for our bench setup, but that's okay. The difference would be, you know, 1 millimeter forward. So if I do halfway, not even a millimeter, I just do halfway and just go a little bit over the line where I pinch it, then that's the distance that I need to do for the crimp. Hopefully. Hopefully that translates. Oh yeah, and then I squish. I give squish. Squish. Little tiny squish. Okay. There's like an auto... Yeah, somebody linked an auto crimper, and we were probably talking about like DuPont or something like that. Yeah. I don't know. Just for now, I just need to claw grip this stuff and just make them this way. Nice and even on these. Oop, I pulled on one. I pulled on one! All the way out to here. Give them a little snippy. Nice and even. And then the height for the wire itself is just the width of my crimper. That's how I've been measuring it this whole time. So if you ever need to make a bunch of JST connections, these are cheap kits. This thing is cheap too. This is the Presivia. I don't know what model this is. The markings for the model are gone. Oh, here it is. PR3254. So the Presivia PR3254. iOS SN04. They're probably all the same thing, right? I don't know. Presivia was what somebody specifically linked me to, saying that it was the one to go with. So the width of your Italian-made CSP 30-1 CHP quality hand tools. Use safety glasses. So yeah, these are my favorite wire strippers. They work on everything. They work in kind of the size that we usually work in. The CSP-30-1 just electronics pliers, wire stripping pliers, and then the Presivia PR3254 and a $14 kit from Amazon. And you too can be cursing at little pieces of metal like this. But it makes for nice clean connections. The JSTs are keyed. They don't plug in backwards. They're 0.1 inch, so they work with all this stuff. Because we're basically going to be making another cable that goes to the breadboard now. Once I finish this one, this ponderously slow cabling operation. But yeah, insert, couple clicks, pull back on it to make sure that you're seated up against the change in taper size. Take it down to one click where it starts to expand into the crimper before it curls. And then you pinch the wire. Pinch the wire to a little over half the distance through. There's a line. So I want it to be about there. Actually, no. I want it to be, yeah, right there. Don't move a muscle. Go down to the next one. Crimp. Perfect. All right, that's the technique. So I could probably get fast at that, but I'm not really sure if I could do it within this stream. Yeah, we need a little ritual so that the gods are in our favor. I'm not quite getting that distance right. The way that I did it in the past was I would insert the wire until it butts up against this little crimp, right, the second crimp thing. But the problem is, when I was doing that, sometimes I wouldn't get that feedback, and so I'd go all the way through, and then it would be this big disastrous crimp. So it wasn't really working out. I don't know how to repeat that. I don't know how to get a good repeat on that process. It wasn't ideal. Ideally, I would have a little bit of the jacket sticking on the other side of the jacket crimp, because that's the best way to do it. Because I've seen other ones pull out and, you know, pull out of their jacket crimp, and then it stresses the wire out and the wire breaks. One click. See if I can perceive the jacket in there. Oh, it's not inserting. Not going in. Oh, I see the wires hitting up against that. How far is that? That's pretty far. Pretty fart. Yeah, actually, I think that's the way to do it, huh? So it needs to go a lot further forward than I think. I keep going to that camera. That camera fell over. That was the 3D printer cam. Yeah, that one is like perfect, right? Perfect, perfect. We're learning. We're learning things, chat. It hurts. The knowledge. It goes into my brain. Everybody have a good weekend? What did I get done this weekend? God, it feels like nothing. It feels like I didn't get anything done. I played around with the shapes of basically the hammerhead that goes around the load cell for the braking. It needs to have a back stop and a front stop. So I was able to actually get something that gives it both. And the entire frame of the pedals is bending. So what I'll need to do is bolster it against stuff. And if it's the 80-20 rail that's bending, I'm in trouble, because I can't really do anything about that other than just bolster stuff more. Might have gone way too far on that one. There's some gallium, indium, and tin. Oh my god. What's gallon stand? What is that for? Super flexible sensors. What? What is that? Sounds like a mad project. What kind of weirdness are you getting into? Ooh, that doesn't, I don't know about this crimp. I guess it's probably okay, but I think I went a little too far on it. Safe mercury. Oh, okay. I've never heard of it before. Well, that's cool. I just have horrible corrosives coming in the mail. They might be on my doorstep right now. That is the FBI again. All right, so yellow goes into this one. Oh, I didn't crush. I need to crush. Need to crush. So that these will fit in to their shrouds. If I crush too much, it's a bad deal. Very easy to crush them too much. All right, so like that. This one is yellow. And I need the pin tool to help them in because this silicon jacketed wire has absolutely no strength to it. It's very flexible. It's got a lot of strands. It's nice. It's good to use. It doesn't burn up when your soldering iron hits it, but it also just has no ability to push into the connector. Just zero. Makes a nice flexible wire, though. I think it's more expensive than normal wire because of the silicon, but... And it also collects dust like you wouldn't believe. All right, that's one cable. And look, there's a shroud, or at least a spiral wrap just sitting right here. That's approximately the length that we need. Hey, things are looking up. Things are looking up, chat. So yeah, making cables. Do this for a bit. Need one more, and then we will plug everything in, get the scope on it, make sure that we can see what's going on. I really need to find this smaller spiral wrap. I don't know where it is. It is freaking freezing in here. I gotta close that window in a second. Once I get this wrapped, we'll, I'm gonna go close that freaking window. It's freezing out. Is it dark out? No, that's not dark at all. It's just cloudy. It's just very cloudy today. I think it's gonna rain for like the foreseeable future around here. I think that's what our weather forecast says for my area. Let's check it real quick. I'm gonna check the forecast. Let's talk about the weather. Boring ass conversation. That's New York. I'm not in New York. Possible drizzles. Oh my God. We're all gonna die. It's an umbrella. The symbol is an umbrella for the next week. The next 7 days. Can you believe it? Bonk. All right. Do this, do that, do the other thing. So this will just be our internal cable. We'll just keep this between the two of us, all right? Don't tell nobody about this one. Yellow's on the correct side. Yellow's on the correct side. That plugs into here. Hold on, I gotta, so you guys aren't just looking at the top of my head. Oh shit, mine is 2 years overdue as well. My license is suspended. Isn't that great? So I got a registration and inspection ticket, and I paid it. And I paid it on the day that the automated mailing system sent me a you didn't pay, you didn't plea, and you didn't pay notice, right? So I call up the courthouse, and I'm like, hey, my payment has been sent. And they're like, oh yeah, it's no problem at all. We see your payment right here on the system. I'm like, really? The system definitely says that I paid. Yep, the system says you're paid. You've paid your fines. Everything's cool. Okay, so I get a letter that says you have paid, even though I also have the letter that says you have not paid. And now I get a freaking letter today that says you haven't paid and we are suspending your license. But I paid. I freaking paid. They have my money. Where did the bottom of this one go? They have all of my money, all of it, every single little bit. I guess it's probably on the floor somewhere when this thing dropped. Yeah, it probably came off when it dropped. Well, like, the automated system has me as, like, public enemy number one, even though they assured me, the lady on the other end of the phone, because this is like out in the burbs, so it's just like one person that you could just call, and she was like, yeah, it just says right here, you're fine. Like, and I also got a letter that says that I paid the fine. So I kind of want to go driving just to get pulled over so that I can show the police officer the receipt for the fines that I paid. Yeah, I literally called them to make sure that this didn't happen, that the automated system didn't have my name in it when it shouldn't have, and it did. I was going to call them this morning, but I guess I woke up too late to do that. Fuck. Have like a cop show up at my front door. Hey man, can I come in? Absolutely, you cannot come into my house. We don't like cops around here. All right, let's see here. My dad once accidentally backed into something, and a cop came to the house and he let him in. Cop like pulled up to the driveway and like parked in my dad like he was a menace, like a freaking, you know, like a career criminal. It's ridiculous. I could have just called on the phone. It was like a little fender bendery thing, but it was probably the most exciting thing the police officer's done in this town that my folks are from in like a million years. Yeah, the office closing. It closes for 2 hours for lunch, and then it's open every other day between 10 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. with time off for good behavior. No, whatever. I don't. They have a decent schedule. They just do business hours. So I'd always get in trouble at work for like doing those kinds of phone calls during business hours, and it's like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to take a vacation day so that I can make some phone calls? Because I have to coordinate like diabetes supplies and appointments and all kinds of bullshit like that I got to deal with in my day-to-day. There's no other time. Everybody's open normal business hours. When are you supposed to get that stuff done, huh? I couldn't imagine if I had like a service job, how you're supposed to keep yourself like alive and healthy. Couldn't even imagine. Streaming hours are a little weirder. I can at least do some businessy stuff in the morning if I need to. Not getting in trouble. Oh, I primed that. This is ready to go. Where's my wire end? Which one did I just strip? There it is. That's a nice paper. Now step out of the vehicle, sir. Suburban traffic stops are pretty lenient about that kind of stuff. Like the guy wanted proof of insurance the one time I got pulled over, and I was like, he's like, this is expired. It's just like a printout. And I'm like, I don't know what to give you, man. He's like, you just got like a receipt on your phone or something? I'm like, yeah. I pull up a receipt on my phone. All right. That's all I needed to see. Thanks. Like, wow, I would have been murdered by any other precinct. They would have straight fucking murdered me. My proof of insurance is how the bullets pass through my spine. But no, it was just like show my receipt on Gmail for paying my car insurance. So, oh yeah, that reminds me, I need to put a recent printout in my car for when they actually arrest me for not having a license, which I have. Motherfuckers. I really, the number of automated things that has happened, that may have happened to my license now, that I specifically was told were not going to happen, you know? I get myself a parcel box because the post office, the parcel gets brought to, if I'm not home, is open from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and then from 1 to 3. What the hell? Wow. 1 hour and then 3 hours. Interesting. You on an island or something? It's crazy. It's like postal workers, just like second job. They should probably hire a second person to run that post office, huh? I did that one by feel, and I actually succeeded. Yellow wire on the left. Yeah, yellow on the left. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah. I'm just really concerned about what the fuck is happening in my license. Should probably do that phone call, like, right now and just get it out of the way. I'll have to call them tomorrow. That's the speed of mail, though, if they're mailing me stuff. But then again, God, I don't know. I hope I don't have to... Oh, you gotta come in and so we can do the proper court proceeding in order to... Like, I just wanted to pay the fines for my frickin' inspection and stuff and just get it done with, you know? I've registered my car. Everything is resolved, except I haven't gotten inspected yet, but... I haven't gotten inspected yet because I need to fix some stuff in order to pass. They're not debilitating things. I just need to do it. My windshield wipers are acting up. So invariably, when I get it inspected, they're going to try to turn on the windshield wipers, and it'll be in the bad functioning mode, and it won't work. Then I won't pass inspection. So I have a new motor. I have a new motor that's sitting right behind me that I need to swap in. And that requires a gear puller because BMW decided to design the entire car around that windshield wiper motor. What they did is they, back in the 80s, maybe the early 90s, when did they design that vehicle? Probably early 90s. They went on their their Apple IIgs with barely any CAD software, not really even CAD as we know it today, and they drag and drop a single windshield wiper motor into the design. They go, all right, let's get started. They design all of the car around that one motor and a bunch of relays. So I need to basically disassemble the entire front end of my car in order to get to that and replace it because it's right where rain runs down the windshield. Who would have known that in this design where a windshield exists, rain would run down it and get into anything that you put under it, like a windshield wiper motor. Complete anarchy is what... Yeah, I really wish I didn't have to get the safety inspection, because generally when they make cars, they kind of function pretty well throughout their lifetimes. Generally speaking. You know, some states don't have emissions inspection at all, because they just assume that all the vehicles out there are properly emitting. I mean, this car, I could probably get vintage plates on now. It's 21 years old, so I can't. Oh. Get classic car registration. Hey, people, I've gotten a wave from people before for driving around in an ancient BMW hatchback. Sorry, station wagon. Derp. I've gotten the wave. TM. Also, I've completely and utterly ignored anybody that I see on the road. Heard around the world there are plenty of old Unix systems with Prolog, Lisp, COBOL still in use. Yeah, the entire banking system in the United States is shouldered upon ancient and obsolete computer systems. It's kind of scary. It's keeping those IT people in a profession, though. But yeah, anyway, yeah. Some states don't even do emissions inspections. That would be nice. We have to do the whole 9 here. All of the inspections all the time. It's not just the US, it's the entire world. What's the system that it's on? It's not COBOL, is it? Is it COBOL? I forget what it was. I remember reading about it. So you can see, like, that's the pinch. That's all I need to do to get this thing to go into the jaws. I insert it a little bit so that the little wings are on there, and then I catch them by pulling back, crimp until it starts to expand in the crimper, take my wire, and I insert it until I reach the stopping point. There's a little shoulder in there that I kind of feel out, but it's not, this method is not that amazing, because sometimes I'll over insert the jacket. That time I underdid it, but it's pretty much right under the crimp. So that's been the method that I've used. I tried to do the pinching thing, but that didn't really work. It's mostly cobalt, blue 42, hut hike. I don't know, my brain is all over the place today. I'm wondering what it's gonna take for this courthouse to fucking get my name out of their automated system. Get my license out your fucking system. Ah, damn it. They both went onto the same side, so I can't do anything about it. Crunch. Actually work in building banking systems. By law, you have to switch to a more modern version to ensure economic safety. Whoa. So you code in Java. What, really? Java? Java? Really? Really? Oh my God. So you're saying that those systems are capable of switching over to a newer thing. They don't need to, right? Nope, I didn't pinch enough. A little bit more pinchy. Pinchy. And if I over pinch, then they both go to the same side and it's bad. So give it a little, nope. Get it in there. Get it in there. Pull back on it. Perfect. Crimp. A little bit of a bendy on the wing. And then wire. Make sure it's oriented. And then do that. And then get that into there until it stops. That's too far, I think. Yeah, see, I crushed the wire in a little too far. They're patching the system instead of replacing it. Huh. Well, good that they're doing something, because, man, I don't know anything about that. Probably wasn't far enough. No, that was perfect. Okay, weird. That felt like I ruined it. Now, I'm putting the female end of the connector on both sides. I'll put a 3-pin connector into the board, and then I think the JST will plug into that. So it's kind of layering it, just so I have these cables in the future if I need them. This one will be our hacking cable that we add to the thing. And yeah, pretty good. Thank you for hanging out with me for the cable making part. And this part is a little bit more tedious. A little bit more of the tedium dome here. Just give those just a little pinchy. Little pinch. Vacuum tube computers now with Java. Ugh. The same crimpers from Amazon. I have to do the same squish. Yeah, it's kind of bad, but I mean they're effective crimpers, so whatever. Gotta do a little squishy in the end, and then it all works out. Damn it! Still need the pin tool though, I guess. These wires are very they don't push. That's what I'm trying to say. Pushing rope. It is literally pushing rope. Dang it. Go to your home. Come on, buddy. Why is that one screwing with me? What's your problem? There we go, that's fine. Ground. All very fiddly work. All right, come on, bud. There we go. All right, so that one. And then the LIN bus. $20 for a box of connectors and the tool. I can't complain much. Yeah, that's the thing. You can make nice wiring harnesses with this stuff. Although the other crimper is really good for alternative jobs where you have like weird sizes and stuff that you got to deal with. Like this one here. This one gets me out of a lot of jams. This PA09 or whatever. It goes down to the very, very tiny crimp sizes. So when I've had to do like cable repairs on like much finer stuff, that comes in handy. All right, so new wire, hoodish. Let's get a. Well, this is going to be rather large, but let's just jacket it, just to be kind. Be kind to our wires. This thing is so well coiled. I must have had nothing to do with it. Dude. I mean, these are all just gonna be, they're all just gonna be a little bit flimsy. But that's just the nature of these. These are all the hookups that I got in my my sim setup with real car parts. Which is, you know, part of the draw of the title. What else has been going on in the land of bother? Not a whole lot. Watched Evil Dead 2. No, 3. It's a fun movie. Yes, I've seen it before. I was rewatching it for the umpteenth time. Check out the new Halo series. No, I have not. I finished Doom Patrol. At least as much of it as I can get my hands on. I don't know what to feel about Doom Patrol yet. It's interesting. It was a lot of fun. Good to see Brendan Fraser too. At least hear Brendan Fraser, because he's clearly, yeah, Army of Darkness is what I meant to say. Yeah, it was supposed to be called Evil Dead 3, but it wasn't. It's hilarious, some of the, any trick that you can possibly put into the camera or into the production was done. And it's wonderful to see. It's great to see the little part, like, oh, it's California. Like, but yeah, anyway, Doom Patrol. Don't know what to think about it. It was good. Good to hear Brendan Fraser in a voiceover. He's not a great actor. At least he was good for the role that they put him in, though. So, and I'm glad to see him having a revival of his career. This is the pits. What I'm doing right now. This is the pits. Or just coil the wire, coil the wire, coil the wire, coil the wire, coil the wire. I love the trilogy. Yeah, I need to watch the series. I watched like the first season of the Ash vs. the Evil Dead. I watched like the first season, and supposedly it leaves off in a very Evil Dead sort of way, which, like, perfect ending for the series that is, you know, that. But I need to, I haven't seen it, and I haven't seen the second and third season. I think he directed the first episode too, Raimi. Ugh. Come on, man. Just a little bit longer. They cut too much? Yeah, close. I didn't quite get it. The mummy didn't complain. What? What does it even mean? All right. This is where I'm going to cut it. I want to have a little wire run over at the ends because I want to be able to see which connection is which, because that's seems to be a major diagnostic tool around here, is being able to see the ends of the wire a little bit. All right, there's our system connector. Let me get this out of the way. Out of the way. Plug this guy into here. Oh wait, no, not here. You get out of the way. Crimpers, be gone. To hell with you, all of you. Out of my way. I'm the user. I know what I'm doing. I'll click everything, regardless of the effects. Okay. All right, all right, all right. You talking about, like, the Mummy movie? I have no desire to watch that. No desire, like, negative desire to watch it. Oh, this crimp is really sad. Whatever, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Actually, that should come from the other side. Because this one is the system going in here. And then we have our output. You just put that, I guess, there, maybe? And this is going to what is going to be the shifter, the new shifter, and or just whatever we plug in on the breadboard. Damn, that was a whole process there. Now this wire right here, this is the one that takes power in. And where's power coming from? It's coming from the PSU. What voltage is that? Okay, so it's just a V plus, V minus from the 48 volt power supply. So I can unplug this, and then we'll make a 2-pin power cable that we can run from the power supply, not the system power supply. So I don't need the whole wheel to be powered up to run this system. I just need my microcontroller to function properly. And in order for my microcontroller to function properly, it needs to be able to give everybody power. This is bugging me, the distance that this thing is. That's, I can't, nope, don't worry about it. All right, yeah, I'll just make one. We'll just make it, we'll use this wire. That might be pushing it, actually. Let me go get actually, is this really gonna, I don't think it is, but. Monkey bone? I've never heard of that one, no. He's been in some weird stuff, huh? We sniffing things. We're not sniffing things yet. We're doing the bus protocol that we know about. We're hooking up the LIN bus so that we can get everything functioning on this desk, and I can test out some of my code, some of the code that I put together. I think there was a power fluctuation in the night, and I'm worried that all of my code didn't save. I think I went through all of the IDEs and I hit save, but if I missed one, I'm gonna be in trouble. That'll be annoying. But yeah, we gotta look at our code and make sure that everything functions in the system. Hold on, I gotta move a pair of pliers. Move all these screws over to get to my wire. And then I gotta find a double-stranded, thin enough wire that I can use to power this thing. This stuff is 22 AWG. That should be pretty good. God, it's freezing out. There's like ice coming out of the window. All right. So we're gonna make a 2-pin JST, and I just put away all the stuff. Son of a bitch. That's how it always happens around here. I don't know why I didn't have all this stuff ready, you know, like ready to go from the last time we did this, but here we are. This should only take a second though. Just get it over with. Get it done so that I can put this thing together. And the power that we're going to be using to set up the breadboard is going to be the power coming in from the LIN bus. No, we just have LIN bus. I've explained this a billion times. The steering wheel speaks LIN bus. So we speak LIN bus. Limbago, the LIN bus, oh, limbo. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to just make this into a JST to banana plug adapter. So we're going to make a cable that's this long. That should give us a good amount of distance, and I'll put a shroud over it. But on the other end, we'll put bananas. Bonano. Oh, damn it, I screwed up cutting that one. And that one? Why did these not cut? What's going on here? I'm making a total hash of this. Well, this wire just kind of like is. I don't know. Have these things gotten weird and dull? Probably. We all get weird and dull eventually. This wire is just like not working with me today. Where did the rubber band go? Where? How did that fall on the floor? What the hell? Oh, because it crumbled into little bits. All right, I gotta get a new rubber band for that one. Now, we're not doing anything with CAN bus. The whole steering wheel is based on, well, the whole communications protocol of my sim setup, because it's serially communicating, is based on the steering wheel being, okay, those have shredded. Those are not good rubber bands anymore. How do I keep this from unreeling itself into oblivion, though? Ay. Here, maybe a large enough spiral wrap? Or, sorry, a large enough wire wrap. No, it's not going to do anything. Damn it. Well, It'll just, let me just get a manky rubber band on that. I just won't overstretch it. Oh, gotta double it around. That's gonna explode. Don't break, don't break, don't break. These are very old rubber bands. Very, very old. Okay, that'll hold it. Okay, so I want to keep it from unraveling. All right. Yeah, I have a specific, Maxim creates, Maxim has a specific LIN bus chip. There we go. Maxim creates a specific LIN bus chip that operates, it basically takes 12 volts and it puts it down to either 5 or 3 volts. So given 5 volts with the LIN bus chip, we can then start playing with the protocol. The thing is, there aren't really like breakout boards for that. So I have LIN bus chips on things. And I also have, I bought for a lot of money, like a breakout board for LIN bus. That was for a different system. But it all works very well. There's a Hackaday article on it. It's pretty cool. This wire is like really hard to work with. I don't know what's up with it. What is up with you, wire? Being a dick. Stop it. See, I tried to cut it with the crimpers twice and it just would not cut. Very weird. Am I gonna have enough of it? Yeah, that'll be enough. That should be enough. The code is bit-banged, yes. We bit-banged it because it was very difficult. Well, getting all the stuff right was very difficult. There were some libraries that would do LIN bus, but not very well, I remember. So we just made it ourselves. I think, did we initially work with a library for that? I don't remember. But like the timings of LIN bus are weird, so we ended up bit-banging it. I could have made a library, and I probably should have, all things considered, I probably should have made a library that would handle the LIN bus stuff. Because then we could have done all that bit-banging in a slightly better fashion. A perfect crimp. All right, next one. And that would have cleaned up my code a lot. I mean, you know, you can't just TX and RX it because it's a one-wire protocol, even though you are getting it from a TX and RX when you use the LIN bus transceiver. Because that's the chip we're using, is a Maxim LIN bus transceiver. But then we had to get all the timings correct and everything. And actually, given my knowledge now of the ATtiny85, I probably could have used timers in a more efficient fashion as well. Had it calibrate its own timer and everything. But this was all done in DigiSpark, so it's basic Arduino stuff. And then we'll be transferring it over to the Pro Mini, which might require us to mess with the timings a little bit more, which is why I need to get a bus system running right now on the bench. Wait. You're not talking, are you talking about your robotic lawnmower? You're not talking about just like a normal, like, yeah, my push mower has CAN bus on it. This size wire is what's meant for the JSTs, by the way. It is robotic. Okay. Yeah, CAN bus is, yeah, you can get there are Arduinos with it built in, right? Some of the MCUs speak CAN bus, but CAN bus was never part of what was going on here. The LIN bus is specifically what that wheel spoke. It speaks LIN bus, and so we want to keep it speaking LIN bus. Red on the left. Go. Okay. Nope, I put it in upside down. That's on me. That's on me. All right, there we go. This one. Oh, the robot operating system. Yeah. Never played with that before. Is that easy to use? And aren't they like teaching kids in school the robot operating system? Pretty wild stuff. Need the pen tool. Where's the pen tool? I put everything away. I finally had time. It was all worked out. Okay, there's that one. Now, on the other end here, I'm going to use parts that I barely ever get a chance to use. I barely ever get a chance to use these things, these banana plugs. Bonano. Well, it's pretty cool. Yeah, maybe one day I'll deal with Ross. Maybe for the next iteration of Burn the Subs, the big scary one. Where do they all go? They fall out again? Oh, they're probably in the bottom of the drawer. Son of a bitch. All my banana plugs are in one place. I was just going to get a couple of matching nanners so that I had something to plug into the end over there. Now I gotta search around the bottom of the bins in order to find them out. Find these connectors. They're like tools that shouldn't even be in here. That was a big crashing noise. Oh yeah, and we'll have to work on my buddy's keys at some point. I don't know if we'll do that today. Maybe when we get the bench setup all set up, we can take a look at some BMW keys because I need to weld a new battery in. He did not buy the, what do you call it? The battery with the tabs already welded on. He really should have though. BTS becomes sentient. Next iteration of BTS is actually a robot that drives to the sub's house and burns Bother's name on them. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I would like to subscribe to your newsletter. Oh, this one already has solder in it. Well, I'll get the big iron tip on this thing. I just need a banana interface so that I can plug these things into the power supply. This wire is much smaller than the banana connector, but it's just what I have. It's just what I have. This thing is still warm, okay. That. It's not going to initially heat up. I need to wake it back up. And then crimp these, or sorry, strip these. Just need like, it doesn't need to be that long. Just need a little bit of wire on the end that I'm going to basically dunk into the pool of solder at the base of this thing. So I'll need to do that, and then I'm going to put a little solder on the ends. This one has a big thing of solder there. I don't know if there's a connector in there. Oh yeah, I see something in there. So I'll probably fish whatever's in there out. Ugh, nice bed of molten solder. Everything's going to get real hot. But yeah, BTS 4, I'm thinking, is going to have a little bit of robotics to it. So I don't know if I'm going to be using robot operating system or not. It'll take us a little while to get there. It's pretty ambitious. But it'll look awesome when I'm done. Can't wait for that. But BTS 3, in the meantime, we'll get up and running because that's going to be our mainstay for a little bit. I'm also excited for BTS 3. Yeah, there's a piece of wire in here. I need to get the whole thing to be molten. Burn the suburbs. Yeah, I know, right? There it is. That was the offending piece. Well, I guess the solder's already here, so I'll just use it. I forgot to check to see whether or not I was saying today. That's my new thing. I gotta stop saying But I have to self-correct. You guys can't correct me. Usually helpful for that kind of stuff if you have a person around. Node-RED has a library for ROS. Huh, I didn't know that. So you can get all of your signaling into Java, the safest place. I gotta let that cool down, otherwise it's gonna burn the shit out of my hand. That's a lot of solder to get up to temperature. All right, so that one, I just don't want it to melt any of the plastic around the bench. See, look at all the overrun from the whatever. We're just gonna put a shrink wrap over it. Now let me get rid of some of that solder. That's too much. That's just too much. Too much to handle. Where is it? It's like on the edge. At least this iron can blast it away pretty easily. Come on, bud. Yeah, Node-RED is interesting because it really does open up. You're like, yeah, my robot can now control my whole fucking house. All right, glucometer. It wants more attention. It's beeping at me in the background. I hate beeps. All right, now, you know what? No, I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna bother with that. This is just a quick thing. TTS, tattoo the subs. Oh yeah, so I was watching, who was it again? It wasn't Boone, it was one of those guys. Apparently he's also a diabetic from Pennsylvania. How about that? That was pretty great. I need to charge this thing. This is out of warranty now. My pump is out of warranty, which is a big deal, because if anything happens, like if I roll over in bed and I squish it and it breaks or something, or if I have a software issue, I'm shit out of luck. That's not to say that the pump hasn't been working stably for 4 years, although it has had its hiccups along the way. I'm going to keep using it until we can sort out all the shit that's going on with the Omnipod, the one that I'm hoping to upgrade to. But my health provider is being a little bit of a dick. Meanwhile, all of my health information has gone out. I push an OTA update that breaks it. No, they don't. For life-sustaining devices, they do not do that. Push comes to shove, I just get another one of those, but the insurance company is being a total dick. I don't know what happened with any of that stuff. So I gotta make some phone calls tomorrow. I mean, I probably shouldn't have streamed today and just said, hey guys, look, I gotta make a bunch of phone calls today. Like, I have to smack around a bunch of doctors to get them to do the right thing for once. Come on. Melty, melty. Let's go. Okay, ow. Ow, owie, ow, ow, double ow, triple owie, quadruple ow. This is many, many, many pain receptors telling me what for. Okay, there. All right, so the thing about banana plugs and having way too small of a wire in them is that I need to put some kind of a shrink wrap over the end. I don't know if it's going to really play ball. I probably should put a little bit of hot glue in the shrink wrap thing, and then it'll kind of squish the hot glue around and make like a proper, like, you know, strain relief sock on the end of this. But I'm not going to go that far for something that we're just making as like a little thing that'll help me around the lab. So shrink wrap, get everything out, use it, put it all back, get everything out, use it, put it all back. That's today. Welcome to today. Welcome to today. Today on today. Today. Groovy! Hot ball glue. What are you getting into? 39 months! Dude, thank you so much, Groovy. I feel like you just announced this. Didn't you last stream? Didn't you just announce this? Are you double dipping? What's going on? Thank you so much for the 39 months. It goes a long way. It goes a long way around here. And you get cool emotes that I haven't updated in 5 years. Those are on the list. Emotes are on the list. I gotta have an emote day. I gotta spend my Wednesday on the phone with the hospitals and doctors and fucking the courthouse. Yeah, the auto renews don't double dip, so I don't know. It's just my memory playing crazy games with me. Yeah, I got a nice informative letter from the local courthouse today, informing me, an informative letter that informs. A nice polite little letter from courthouse telling me that my license has been suspended. My driving license has been suspended due to unpaid fines. Literally have the receipt that tells them that I paid the fines. You had to renew manually today? Huh. I have the receipt that they mailed me that says that I paid the fines, and I specifically called them. I called the courthouse, and a very nice lady picked up the phone, and she was like, how you doing? And I'm like, wow, an actual person, like immediately. That was awesome. Called them up. We had a very friendly conversation. I said, you know, is it not in the system? I don't want to get automatically sent and you know, a notice that I'm going to get arrested. And she was like, it says right here, everything is fine. Everything is totally marked as paid. And I'm like, okay. And then I get this letter. Sucks. Somebody has chronic diseases, got some autoimmune issues, and keeping my doctors alive. Yeah. Sometimes I'll plug the plug. Some the hell unplug the plug. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, I know. I'm the primary breadwinner of my doctors. Yeah, it's not. I mean, you know, my doctor and I have heated discussions about how fucked up the system is. And heated in that we're just both mad. Like, we're both just mad at the system. It's not that he, you know, has any. He doesn't think that it's not broken, you know? I might have to get a new shrink wrap thing soon. I'm starting to run out of particular shrink wraps. Then again, I'll just make things ugly for a little while. Yeah, it's like autoimmune shit, you know? It's like I didn't choose to have to buy a fucking Xbox every month. It's ridiculous. I'd have so many Xboxes by now. I gotta get the heat gun. So this means I forehead desk, forehead meet desk. There we go. No, it's getting caught on stuff. Okay, got it. Got him. Yeah, you know, and for a little while, people were like, but if you socialize healthcare, you'll never get to see your doctor. And then I get my doctor, like, I get an appointment at my doctor, and they're like, I want to see you again, like, as soon as possible. And then, so I go to the clerk in order to get a new visit scheduled. Like, I had to move an appointment, and they had to move it like 8 months from the current date because they're booked that far out. But if you're late, you have to spend the fee. Owie, owie, ow. This isn't going to shrink enough, I don't think. Yeah, this is where the hot glue would come in handy. Well, whatever. I can always rebuild these. Or 2 pieces of shrink wrap or something. Because, yeah, see how that doesn't close up? If I put hot glue in there, then it would squish the hot glue out. And it would create a nice rubbery plastic connector for everything. Oh well, we tried. Close enough anyway. These will eventually break internally unless I get a little bit of hot glue in them. Next time the hot glue gun comes out, I'll use it, but it's not really necessary right now. You can buy like super shrinky shrink wrap that helps with this kind of stuff. But like this wire is just so thin for that much connector. I guess I could squish the shrink wrap onto itself. It just doesn't look very professional. Because, you know, it'll just look like you've squished it. So, I don't want that. Oops, oh, dropped it. Oh well. Okay, so let's get something around this cable just so that it looks like all the other ones, so it's kind of organized. I tossed that bag of stuff. I need this thinner stuff for this. Let me see if I can find it. It's across the room. Yeah, I've got every public system. I've got the healthcare system after me, and I've got the court system after me for some fucking reason. It's so stupid. I literally told them, this is exactly why I was calling to confirm. Please, I don't want my license to be pseudo-suspended when I've actually paid this fine. And then that literally happens. That's literally what happened. You just can't win them all. Just can't win them all. Or any of them. You just can't win. You can't win. There will be none of that. All right, I don't have. Yeah, I don't have the spiral wrap. It's confirmed for not existing. Put this thing back up there. The controls for my fan sit on this part of the. There we go. Okay. Back over here. We'll just use the stuff that I was using, which is stuff that I tossed over to this direction. Got it right here. It's coming right for me. All right, getting closer to a bench test here. Closer and closer to the bench test. And then we'll test the bench. We'll test on the bench. If you can't win, just remove them. You understand things like sedition hit us people a little harder, right? We don't get away with that kind of stuff. This is gonna be a weird wrap if I do it this way. Wondering if maybe I just shouldn't wrap it. I mean, I could put shrink wrap on certain parts of the cable, but that's not really. We just leave it like this. Now I'm gonna put. I gotta put something around it. Do I have any like overruns or anything? No. I need to buy that small shrink wrap that I used to have. Or I could have cannibalized an actual power wire, one of the ones that has the two things that are together. That would have been a good idea. Just like a barrel connector kind of wire. That would have been the better idea. It's all right. That's all right. We'll just do it with this stuff. We'll do it with this stuff and it'll work out. It's not really a good cutting tool to use on this stuff. I can just like drop it in. So this, I mean, this stuff is so wide that I can do the twisting method on it. Where to get this stuff on here, all I do is just twist the entire wire jacket and it'll just go on. It'll just feed itself. Man, I really want that Omnipod, but I'm gonna have to have like an extra cell phone for it. And what they do is they provide you with the controller, quote unquote. But like, if you think about what the controller is, it's literally just, you know, something with a screen on it that lets you influence, you know, the glucose, the diabetes management stuff, right? You put the settings and the diabetes management stuff in it, and all it does is tell the pump what to do in you know, sort of what to do, right? It just tells it what to do. And keep time and stuff like that. All those functions are basically a cell phone. And so what they've done over the years is they've gone from this big comical looking pager that I hated. And I've never had the Omnipod because of that giant comical pager with like big rubbery buttons on it and stuff. It was like a giant glucose meter and it was just hideous. It was bad product design. But nowadays we got these things called cell phones. And so the Omnipod uses a cell phone now to just coordinate all of its wireless functions, which is great. You just have an app on your phone that does it. Problem is, Joe Government says, hey, you know, you got an app on the phone, but like, I don't really like the fact that that app on the phone is responsible for a patient's safety. So what they've done is they provide you with a second, they provide you with their own Samsung or something like that has an app on it that you use. And I'm hoping I can just, you know, put on a little developer settings and drag and drop that app from one, back that app up so that I can drag and drop that app into my current phone and just use it like that. Because they say it's on the order of months until the next iteration of the Omnipod comes out, and that one can just use your phone. They need to get the approvals ready and set up. I would like to just use my phone to manage my diabetes. God, I'm so glad the era of Wilford Brimley memes is over. Like, hey, I'm a good sport about it. It's fun. He says stuff weird because he's Wilford Brimley. But everyone you meet wants to do the diabetes joke. Everyone you want to meet wants to do the diabetes joke. Everyone. And then Family Guy did it because everybody was already doing it. And then everybody wanted to do the diabetes joke more. And they wanted to take it to the extreme. And it's, I get it. But you imagine that being your interaction with everyone till the end of time, for basically the past 10 years, even beyond that. All right, so I guess I overdid it with this, so just gotta... Too much external systems are involved with the Omnipod? That's why it's so complicated? No, it really isn't. It's not complicated. It's just a thing that controls your... you just have to be within reach of your cell phone, and that's been my life. So, I like the Omnipod. I think it'll be a good change up from having, the doorknob detector. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with that. Because there's probably a certain amount of requirements, right? If you're going to do a medical app. This is why we need to elect people that are younger to office. Please. They don't even know what the internet is. It's madness. Also, these people in office were like, why don't diabetics just eat less? And it's like, bro, you weren't, as an elected official, you should be capable of giving yourself the information you need to not be that fucking stupid. But no, they're not. And basically, they're probably not that dumb. They just have other people pulling the strings. All right, so now we have power. We have signal. We have explosive. We have explosive. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum. All right, let's plug this guy in to the banana plugs over here. Oh, dear God, they don't fit. Fucking hell. God damn it. I thought I'd use the smaller ones, but that's a pretty big size of plug there, so I'll just do this. Son of a bitch. That's embarrassing. Hell no, we'll just clip to them. That's embarrassing. I would hope that they do the bare minimum on the app, just so that people who are smart enough can run the system that they want to provide. I really don't see any difference between a company-provided cell phone and my cell phone. They all have the same wireless capabilities. It's all running on Bluetooth low energy, or just Bluetooth. So I don't see much of a difference between my running that stuff and them running that stuff on their Samsung. I just don't want a Samsung. I just don't want a Samsung. Ugh, that is fucking annoying. All right, so whatever. Enter the 75th thing that's annoyed the piss out of me today. Jeez. Just like move that cable aside so it's not in the way. All right, so the system's coming together here. I think we're ready to power up, and then we can plug the LIN bus in. So let me grab 3 wires over here. I got a blue, a black, and a yellow just sitting right in front of me. How about that? How about that? All right, so let's move this thing over here so we get light on the actual operation. The steering wheel's down there. It's still plugged in. The pedals aren't necessarily plugged in. I've got this sitting right here so that we can at least kind of like characterize the signals. And actually, if we get around to it, I could plug this into the actual pedals and we can get some signal out of them. The gas pedal is a little bit more difficult, but this is going to be 5-volt ground and then signal. And 5-volt ground and signal is all we need for the pedals. I just need to figure out the cabling. The load cell is still the load cell, so we can look at the load cell data coming back in. And then the shifter I've still got. It's just right there. Or sorry, the clutch pedal. The clutch pedal I have magnets hooked up to, and those will work in 5-volt as well. So our LIN bus is this one right here. Bring this over. Here, you go back over there, pedals. The wonders of a bench setup, huh? So black wire for ground, blue wire is LIN bus, and then yellow wire is 12 volts. And we will plug this into a LIN bus capable driver in a minute. I've got breadboardable, but the company phone is the special one. Yeah, that'll be more convenient if I have that programmer sitting off the end. Shitting off the end. We'll just plug this in here. Just straight into the breadboard here, and that way we just have... That one wire is very short. Why is that so short? I can find a better wire for that, just to make it a little bit more organized. Sold my soul for the company phone. That is the same length. Why? Slightly longer one. Where is it? Come on. Show yourself. This is like the wire dumping bin. This bin is very dumpy. Dumpy wire bin. Dump the wires in the bin. Then you got a dumpy bin. Are you kidding me? How many of them? Okay, we'll go to the less dumpy wire bin. Slightly less dumpy wire bin. We're going to need another yellow and black as well, so that we can do test probes. This bin is not closing again. It's just not happening. Less dumpy wire bin. Of course, all the dumpy wires have to be reorganized into the not dumpy wire bin. They have not been dumpy. What? I'm saying dumpy and bin so much that I can't I can't reconcile what those words ever were. We need not this kind. We need the other kind. This will do for a ground. You a slightly longer ground wire? Maybe. No, they're all... That one might be the right one. That one might be the right one. It is eerily quiet out, by the way. There's no birds. No birds chirping or nothing. We usually have a bunch of birds out there chirping, but it's like deathly quiet. If I lose power, like if the nuclear apocalypse happens, stream's over, and I'll usually get back on the internet as fast as the same length. Son of a bitch. All right, hold on. You two are going to the O-scope. You're going back over here. I'm going to get a red and a blue out of this collection. That's all the same length. But yeah, when I lose power, I have just a few moments of battery backup. We haven't gotten the generator yet. I think we've gotten all the approvals for the generator. So I don't know when that gets installed. They have to do two boxes. It's a natural gas generator that will usually hold us up during a storm. The problem around here is that there are wires that are basically surrounded by trees. We're out in the suburbs. It's just like that. And so what'll happen is at the tiniest little bit of perturbance, we lose power. We've got big power lines nearby that are carrying all the big stuff around. And then I think our little power lines branch off of those, but they go through like a very tree-laden area in order to get here. There we go. Look at that. Nice and elegant. And so my power, like with a stiff breeze, just boom, gone. It's happened before, and it's happened before to the point where I've tweeted about it.
the phases going in and out of the nearby power to where it looked like a rave in here. Because half of this shop is on, in North America, we get 2 phases from the power, from the power company. Typically, you can pay for 3-phase, but it's very expensive. But anyway, we get 2 phases in our homes, and that way, all of our big appliances get 220 volts from the 2 110s across those, and every other outlet in our house is 110, because Americans can't be trusted with more volts, or they're liable to like chew on them and die. So anyway, we got that piddly amount of power coming in, and so I've decided in wiring this room to have half of the room be 1 phase and half of the room be the other, and that way I can do weird stuff like plug in to both phases and get 220 volts. It's not necessarily kosher to do that. I've got kind of like a cursed power box that I have where I can plug into the 2 halves of the room and get 220 volts and like brew with the that amount of power. I can run appliances, right? But what happens when the power goes out and the 2 phases are like going in and out before the main breakers cut it off? Different lighting fixtures were turning on, and then the board, the burn the subs board, kept initially booting up, and when it initially boots up, the laser turns on for a split second. So I had this flashing blue and white light show going on during the power outage. I was like, dear God, I'm gonna die. Mostly everything else is on a battery backup here. Burn the subs is not. Yeah, it probably was really bad for all the devices too, huh? Probably not the best thing for all of my sensitive electronics. I'm just cleaning up this corner over here because I got to pull the O-scope out. So I'm just rounding up all this bullshit that I have sitting in the corner. These need to go back into a bin. These switches. That's the camera over there. Ugh, so many projects on hold, chat. So many projects on hold. Waiting for things like fixing the milling machine. That's chief among the things that I need to work on after this. But we're finally getting to the point where we can look at some signals running around the board for this one. What do I do with all this hardware? Where do I put this stuff? All right, I gotta get this. These will just go in generic bins below me here. Throw them in a bin. That way they're quote-unquote organized, huh? All these little 3D prints that I made for the shifter. The shifter worked out really well, aside from, we haven't gotten to the software yet. That's what we're getting into. But the shifter in general is, the feel of it's really good. I might need some new springs for it, but I don't think I'm gonna bother. I don't think I'm gonna bother with the right-left springs. I mean, I guess I can if I need to get in there and put some slightly stiffer springs on it. This right here is something that we might be able to play with in a minute. This is basically the back bumper for the load cell on the brake pedal. Because the brake pedal, that load cell, the type of load cell that it is, it's a big bar, and I tied down one side of the bar, but there's that is a huge fulcrum. So in spite of my putting giant aluminum stuff to hold it together, it's still flexing. And so what I need to do is stop it from over flexing and breaking everything. It might eventually break, but at least having a backstop on it will keep it from, it'll repeatedly flex it a small amount until it breaks instead of suddenly having it explode and break. And I don't know with the fulcrum on it, I don't know how many kilograms I'm actually, we could calculate that right now. Hold on a minute. Boop. We could calculate that right now. So our total load on it is unknown. We're looking at the amount of force. Our force is at what distance? Okay, let me get I'm gonna get the tape measure back here again. I'm down here, by the way. Hi. I've been squatting and looking at my desk while I clean stuff up and move stuff out. Hold on, let me do a squat. I gotta pop a squat. Hold on. No, that's the wrong term, isn't it? Okay, see, no hands. All right, let me go get ruler. Let's figure out how much force is on that 50 kilogram load cell. We'll do this in metric. So the brake pedal's total distance to the fulcrum is 20 meters. I can do metric. 31 millimeter. We can call that 30. Load cell to the fulcrum, even though that's what's fixed in place, is 12. Yeah, maybe 16. All right, so 16 millimeters to the point of contact on the brake. So total load, don't know how much force I can put into that. To the fulcrum, 31, so 310, because we're in millimeter. And then the length to the fulcrum, hold on. Still beeping. It's just always beeps. It's always beeps with this thing. I could just have a stream where I try to exist in spite of this fucking thing beeping at me all the time. And it would be action-packed because there would always be something happening. Always just beeping at me. Who's, damn it, I'm trying to remember which, I don't think it was Boone. I think it was, who's the third member in that Criken tomato thing? Because he's the one that's diabetic. I didn't know that. Why is that hot? Oh, because it's metal. I was like, what? Am I already burning up electronics here? I haven't even turned the power supply on. 310 millimeters to the pedal. And so we're trying to figure out how much force is going to be on that 50 kilogram load cell. So let's just do 50 kilograms, 310, and then the length to the load cell was 16. Two and a half pounds. 2.5 pounds gets you 50 kilograms. Oh, dear God. That is way overdoing it on that. That is way overdoing it on that. Is this engineering? Yeah. Yeah, it kind of is, man. Although this is like physics 101. Force is equal to, weight times distance over the length of the other side. Oh, you're right. 160. 25 pounds. So you got back just in time. Yeah, we're looking, we did this at the beginning too. The spring that I got at 3 inches, when you compress that spring that I got 3 inches, that is going to end up being 300 pounds of force, which is what we calculated for, because here, we're going to, let me just MS Paint. With the pedals you have, that's got to be, no, that doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. Hold on. All right, so that's your pedal. Let's see, we've got, so what we have with the pedal is we have the pedal's a weird shape. Right, it looks kind of like that. I'm drawing this way too small. But there's your axle, and then you have a thing with a spring on it here. That is the worst spring that I've ever... And that pushes this way, right? You got a foot here. And that's pushing this way. And then it all rotates around this. Right? So those are the kinematics that we're dealing with here, right? So we have a force down here. We have a force here that's actually pushing, well, actually, yeah, here, that's the motion. That's not the, I should probably label everything, but whatever. This is pushing back, and so that has a distance here. And then this has a distance here. Right? So those are the forces that we're dealing with. Everyone's a critic, all right? So anyway, yeah, those are the two lengths, and then we've got our, so basically what we're doing is we're rearranging their drawing, which still works. And so the amount of force, by the way, that the spring that I've selected is 103 pounds per inch. So we calculated it out in America, and we got about 300 pounds of force based on the number from Project Binky, which is what are they called again? Bad Obsession Motorsports did a whole series where they build a Mini with like all-wheel drive. It's like a pretty brutal fucking project that they're basically reinventing the entire Mini for. So those guys did a bunch of tests on everything, right? Bunch of tests on everything, and they got 18 kilograms for the clutch pedal. So 18 kg. Which is, what was it? It was 60 pounds. So doing force, length, etc. equations, I could have actually just calculated it out, but instead of just calculating it out, I just used a calculator. But lever rotates the component of the spring force. Shut up. This is different. This is different. And also, there's also an assist spring on this. So just whatever. Shut the fuck up. This will be fine. We're trying to ballpark this, right? We're not. This is the back of a napkin. This is not. I'm not doing all of the, rotational and friction and whatever. Part of engineering is scope, right? Scope is really important for engineering. So anyway, we want about 60 pounds at some point fighting back against our leg. And so in order to get to 60 pounds, I decided I needed a larger spring on this thing. And so this is the one that I bought. We calculated, I didn't get the spring rate off of the previous one. Yeah, actually I did. Yeah, wait a minute, I did. The spring rate, calculating through a spring calculator, of the other spring is about 60 pounds per inch. Way too light. So I calculated out a slightly larger spring, and this one is 100 pounds. And so ballpark, that's going to fight us a little bit more. Maybe it'll feel more like a clutch spring through an entire hydraulic system. But in order to kind of ballpark it and get an idea of what I'm up against, I looked up a lever calculator. So in this case, F is for foot. L would be distance to foot. X is distance to spring, which is fighting up against us in the system that I've invented, because I basically replaced the clutch cylinder with spring. And W would be the spring force. Obviously, as you press this thing down further, you're going to get more spring force back on your foot. But in the same vein, this is also how the brakes work. Just put that down there. This is also how the brakes work. So now the brakes, instead of this, I have an angle iron that's attached to the body of the thing, and then I have a load cell. I'm doing this because this is what the load cell looks like. It's weird. And then that is here, and we need to get rid of our W. The W is getting in the way. Actually, I got to redo the whole thing. Hold on. So I have an angle iron. I have a box. And then we got like a parallel thing. And we have another box. And then I have a block here that actually comes up at an angle. Damn it. Block at an angle. And then a block like this. So that pushes right up against this thing. Like that. So what is that W going to be? What is the force at that point? And this is a 50 kilogram load cell. Turns out 2 pounds. We may need to work the equations backwards a little bit, but it turns out 2 pounds of force from your foot maxes out the load cell. And if you're putting 60 pounds of pressure on your foot to do a clutch, that brake is not really going to get you good data, huh? That's trouble. That's trouble right there. Oh yeah, this X is different now. I mean, it's closer to your foot. So what are our distances here? We've got I'm putting in, well, 60 or 18 kilograms, right? Let's put in 18 kilograms at, so we're looking at the maximum amount of force that you need to put into the pedal. So 18, 310, 160. Okay, 9 pounds. 9 pounds, huh? If you can put in, you can do double that. So that'll be comfortable, but it won't be like an emergency. Like the amount of force that I'm putting into the clutch is probably about the amount of force that I'm going to put in the load cell. Oh boy, oh well. I guess I just, yeah, I think the backstop is going to be completely necessary. Nine kilograms, 18 pounds. Really? Wait. 19. You're wrong! Oh, I used 19 for the load? Wait, what did I do? Yeah, 18 kilograms being the amount of clutch pedal push. Oh, yeah, I got my units all backwards. 20 pounds in order to operate the clutch. And then, because with our clutch, we pretty much got the same, thinking about that. We got, well, we did different distances. A 100-pound spring should be okay for the clutch because it needs to have like 300 pounds on that in order to make it feel like 18 kilograms fighting against your foot, right? So I think that works out with a 100-pound spring. I might need a slightly larger one. The pull-down menu. Oh, is that what's going on? I thought you could just put in what, as long as you keep the units normal, because it's not doing any conversions. This isn't going to change our answer. Oh God, it changed our answer. Well, it doesn't matter as long as we keep it all an inch. The tool is just doing multiplication. Like we're not involving any other units here, so it's the equations are still the same. You guys need to learn how things work, man. Everything is in parentheses, pounds or kilogram. This just will convert your stuff over. There's no Newton unit in here, right? Dimensional analysis, people, come on. Yeah, it's using all the same units, and there's no, in the equation, there's no American units in there. Yeah. Here, we'll go 18, 310, 160. It took us to another part. Yeah, there, it's the same number. There, now it's in metric. it's the equations, yeah, it's fine. I don't know, actually, because the way the load cell's built, it has a cut in it, right? So a load cell, you have a bar of aluminum, and then you have, where's this circle tool? You have a cut, 2 circular cuts in it, right? Then you got the bar on the outside. And then what they do is they core out in between those two. What you're left with has this cool little thing where it works, it basically deforms in parallel. So you got a cut in your aluminum like that, and what that does is that keeps it flat as it moves this way. So as it moves like that, it'll move flatly in that direction, microscopically. It'll stretch microscopically. Our maximum load on the load cell, I don't know what that's determined by. There's a deforming load, which is usually a very big number, and then the maximum readout load. And this is such a cheap load cell that I don't know if it follows any of these particular standards. So we gotta, I don't know, it seems like under full force braking, we're gonna have troubles with this thing deflecting and getting, I don't know, stuff's gonna break. Stuff's gonna break eventually, but we can at least make it viable for now. I've gapped the back of the load cell, the part that hits up against the pedal stuff here. I've gapped that as such to be like 1 millimeter or 2. So when you brake, you can deform the whole system to put it up against the backing. When it hits that backing, it should be pretty strong. I didn't know the forces we were dealing with were so large. You really kick the shit out of stuff when you drive a car, huh? That's pretty crazy. I did not know we were dealing with like 300 pounds in this spring. It's nuts. All right, anyway. All right, back over to here. So I got a small 5 kilogram load cell somewhere with the HX711. Yeah, that's what we're using is the HX711. I need to make the parking brake use that too. When we do that, this is part of the bench test here is that I can set up. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. I'm gonna set up another load cell circuit, basically the same little circuit board that we have for the pedals, and then that'll go into the e-brake and get that all tuned up and ready to go. All right, next, let's get this thing some power. We can take a look at the signals running around, and I can plug this chip into my computer, and that'll give us some readouts of what the packets are doing, what the dog doing. It's kind of a process with Twitch, guys. You gotta bear with me. You know, this looks like it's going slow, but we're really just setting up for future streams. Which, you know, I guess we'll focus on this a little bit because we can finish this. We'll focus on this thing this week. It's going to be a sim setup week. But my MEK is here, so I do want to work on that. And then we need to fix my friend's car keys tomorrow. So, not tomorrow, Thursday. Thursday is car keys, and then we'll get to this. Because once I get this all set up, we'll be able to branch out decently quickly with it. You know, I got that spring coming in the mail today. I'll be able to see whether or not I need to order another spring, another $15 spring. Can you believe it? Where's springs so much? It's when you get like a pack of 6. A pack of 6 springs, and they're like, here are your 6 springs, your highness. And you're like, why are you being sarcastic? And they're like, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. You're like, yeah, I get that. Seen ads for PCB maker that's similar to a 3D printer. Have you heard about it? I don't like the quality of a lot of those. I feel like it's a batch process is the way you get good circuit boards. But it's like a little etching setup. So your circuit board's got like weird etching. I don't like it. That's just me. I mean, I don't need a local process to create my circuit boards. I don't need them that rapidly. We get a lot of questions about that kind of stuff around here. You know this. But I think I'm familiar with what you're talking about. All right, ground, signal. Hook that up to signal and ground. A little confusing because I've got the yellow wire with the 12 volts on it, but bench setup. Yeah, I think we're ready for some benching. How much do you guys lift? Let's see. Oh yeah, power cables I can get out of the way. I gotta keep it neat. Keep it neat. Keep everything nice and neat. Make sure when the sparks start flying, you know exactly where the stuff to unplug is. Okay, I can just power this on right now, and we can just see the signal running around. Like, I don't need to involve the computer with this yet. All right, so power supply, once that boots up, and boot up the scope. Volterra? That sounds like it should be like a French press that you buy. I can lift a pizza over my head. Oh, did I not turn? I didn't turn it on? What's wrong with me? What the hell's going on over here? What the heck? What are we doing with you? What did we do with you last? Why are you crazy? What's going on? What the hell? We're in the IO settings. What the how do I turn that off? Channel 1. No, that's like a display thing. Go away. Get off of my screen. What are you? You're not math menu. Measure. Counter off. Measure all off. There we go. There we go. All right. It's like the Omni display had flipped on. What the heck am I looking at? Nothing is hooked up. This is just noise. What the fuck? We're 10 volts per div? Oh, somebody has a ground issue. All right, you're going back down to like 1 volt. Put our time scale up a little bit here. Where are you getting that signal? Channel 1. Coupling is DC, 1x. Invert is off. Of course, in the unit. Okay. Who taught you this? Why do you have so much electrical noise? Like, I know my lights create like a ton, but I was plugging it into the ground of this system, which is acting like a big antenna, and I guess it's getting electrical energy from my lights, probably. More than likely the lights, although this is plugged into ground over here. That should be good enough. That's a wacky fucking system right now. All right, so I need to get the power supply to 40 volts. Jesus Christ. I think we can do like 20. I'll give it 20 volts. 20 volts, no amps, no power draw. Hold on. Black to black, red to red. This thing's plugged in. Our microcontroller didn't turn on. This is usually running 48. Make sure that my red and black are in the correct orientation. They are, and they're plugged in. Okay, so we're good to power it. Everything should be just fine with the power that we're giving it. Make sure all of my yellows are on the right side. They are. Everyone is plugged into the system right now, and it's just going to need a second to figure itself out. Let's see. Just make sure my probes are connected properly. They're not. I was connected to ground. I have them backwards. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. That's why you do all these checks. That's why we check over the things that we check over in the shop here. Gotta be sure. Okay, so now my scope is connected properly, and the system is ready to just basically boot up. Boop. Problem is, at 20 volts, I'm not getting any current draw, which means that nothing is happening. So what does it need to be? It needs to be over 12 because it's creating 12. So let's turn that off again. Do I really have to go that high? I'm not comfortable with this much voltage running around. $30 volts. Anyone? 30? 30 volts? Hello? What did I do? Black to black, red to red. Black to minus, red to positive. 30 volts coming in all the way over here. No current draw at all. You really got to be up at 40 volts? We're 29.9 volts on the system right now. Jesus Christ. Must. Blue is the signal. It's just not like, I'm not getting anything over here. And this should be mostly isolated from the rest of the system if I unplug this wire. Or if I'm powering this thing up. We've isolated all of the, oh man, do I really have to go all the way up? I think I do. We're bidding. Gentleman in the back, 40 volts, going once. All right, powered off. voltage. 40 volts. Huh? What's going on here? Okay, who's fucking with me? Who is it? Who is it? All right, turn this thing off. Turn it off. The power supply has protections on it. I thought we could run far less voltage. Thought I could get it all the way down to 12 and run that. That is plugged in. I mean, it's hooked up. Don't make me get my multimeter on this. Come on. Am I a joke to you? What is this? Maybe my wire's crimped weird. All right, as usual, gotta get the multimeter. I could probably put this on like a wall wart. It's not gonna, well, it needs to be over 12 volts for that regulator to work. But I'd really much rather it be closer to 12 volts than 5,000, you know? From the power wire all the way back to the power connector. 1.3 ohms. From the ground wire all the way back to the ground connector. 1.3 ohms. Power is getting all the way out to this thing. At least to the crimped connectors. But I got no LED activity. Huh? I mean, it's not like this thing didn't break since we were last here. Not to my knowledge, anyway. What else could be going on? I mean, those are the 24 volt, or sorry, the 48 volt to the controller itself. Those just run along there. Those connect with a big connector, big hobby connector over there. This is the original power from the 48 volt. So everything should work, except that it doesn't. Plug it back in. Plugs in like that. This one plugs in like that. Power to power, ground to ground. This is 40 volts, which should be more than enough for this voltage regulator to kick into action. So I'll turn it on again. Power on. 39.9 volts, but no current draw. If I have to get all the way up to 40 volts, I'm going to be in a weird mood. I don't think anything has to happen from the controller in order to power this. I don't think we'd have to troubleshoot like this today. It doesn't feel right. Fucking Christ. The little can of goof off that I have over there is subject to the heating and the cooling of the lab. And so I've been sitting here streaming to you guys, hunching over a 40 volt system, and this thing makes a little punk noise because the temperature in here is changing. Scared the fucking nuts off of me. Jesus Christ. I don't like working with higher voltages if you can't tell. That little plink noise is a comedy, a little boink. Little bastard. Let's see. What's the cable situation over here? Why do I have dual cables running to this thing? Ugh. Well, those are okay. Those are all connected properly. Yeah, nothing doing over there. The number of accessories that I've plugged in, this thing would be reporting that it had an overcurrent event, I think. Yeah. Yeah, nothing changes on the display when I connect it. Why is it just like inert? I don't understand. Yeah. Everybody's a comedian. I mean, could it be one of my accessories is like accidentally shorting it out? Test that right now. Nah, see, nothing is happening. What the fuck? Why is nothing happening? What? It could be that I need to unplug these. Hold on. Power it off. Power down. I think I need to unplug all this stuff. These 4 connectors, because these are trying to power... we're not going to need them when we're done, but I'll try to keep them in the same order. 2 under, 2 over, like that. See, now we're fully severed from the rest of the Granite Devices system is now completely its own thing. So we are just this circuit board sitting up here. Let's try it again. It's still not drawing any current. All right. Why is this like this? Do I really need to hit? I mean, it's 48 volts, and the maximum for the voltage regulator is 52, but it's only creating 12 volts, so it should be fine. Creating 12 volts so that it can power the entire LIN bus. I've got everything plugged in, but it doesn't make any difference if I unplug it. So let me do multimeter. Maybe it has to do with the crimp connection. I have a big can of acetone in my garage that does that. Yeah, I should probably like find the plastic stuff. Do I even have any input? I don't have a... I should have a protector on this. Oh, that's not ohms. Let's go to volts. You guys can barely see it. Here you go. Let's get in 40. Do we get 12? We're not providing 12. What the fuck? This thing worked. Why does it not work? Why are we... I am experiencing anger. Let me unplug this. Check here again. Yeah, we're still not getting 12. So what happened? Did my voltage regulator kick out? I mean, 40 volts, it should be able to power it at 40. It should not need the full 48 in order for it to power everything. I could just turn the system on and see if it comes to life, but it's not, like, none of the voltage regulators are doing anything right now. So either the Pololu regulator somehow died in the time between my last running the simulator setup and now, which doesn't make any sense to me, or 40 volts isn't enough to power this regulator, which also makes very little sense to me. Why is that out pin completely exposed? What's going on there? Oh. Really? Really? Fucking really? Okay, voltage goes back down. I'll tell you guys what's going on in just a minute here. We're going to 13 volts. Well, 13. Nah, maybe 15 volts. Hey, you guys want to know what the problem was? Yeah, you want to know what the problem was? The warmth that you're seeing on the thermals is exactly... Oh, yeah, look at that. It is actually getting a little warm. All right, yeah, hold on. Bop. The Arduino Pro Mini. No, that's not what we're... Hold on. Come over here. Come over here. Come on over here. Let's observe what I just observed. What did I just observe in this Simu Cube? How in the fuck was this thing so reliable for so long if that was the state of the voltage regulator's output pin? I wonder if this was causing problems when we were trying to run the... I won the junior rally in my summer car with this in this state. Unsoldered. Can you believe it? Unsoldered. So I was hunting around the system for a reason why this thing wasn't... Oh, that was a spark. For a reason why this thing wasn't turning on. And it turns out... I'm going to turn that off. You guys see that spark? It turns out... like we were just like barely getting by with it like this. I don't understand. I don't know how it worked. But what I did is I just stuck one of the probes in. I just bonk, and then it started working again. What the hell? What the hell? All right, let's get the soldering iron on this. Holy shit! That's what happens when you got a big project, you know. That was like, okay, so that was a very capacitive coupling. those of you that are actually watching, I appreciate you to the ends of the earth. I really do. Because you guys just got a 101 on troubleshooting. That was a 101 on troubleshooting. Jiggle the cables a couple times. Failing that, ohm out everything from the power supply out until you find the problem. And so I was looking at, are we producing 12 volts for everybody else? Are we getting the voltage in here? It turns out we were. And then I just started, like, you know, observing stuff. And in observing stuff, I discovered that that out pin didn't really look soldered. And I'm like, just on a whim, I'm just like, what is going on with that? That's very strange. Let me poke at that and see what's going on. And that's where we get to. So you're tracing the problem. And the problem was that, you know, nothing was turning on. Whereas before, everything worked perfectly. Very strange little bit of troubleshooting going on there. Oh, man, what a weird thing. I'm very angry that I have to call the municipal court tomorrow to get them to not kill my license and send a debt collector at me. Because I paid a fine. I paid it. Getting treated like an asshole. What a world, what a world. All right, so let's see. Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, that's right. I disconnected this one. All right, so let's yeah, it wasn't random. It wasn't random. I already said my piece to that. My chat is dead. It's dead. It's pretty much just a corpse at this point. How come that's not taking solder? Hold on. Did this get so hot it desoldered? That would be a bad thing. No, it looks like it never got soldered. I think that's what's going on. Yeah, there we go. Now it's soldering. I don't think it would get hot enough to desolder itself. Let me make sure there's a good amount of solder in there, so it's got plenty of material to interface, right? Okay. Guided stumbling. Come on. You guys are mean. Bunch of little assholes. Oh no, I gotta... Oh! I can see the bottom of the reel! Oh god! 5 years of streaming. 5 years of streaming. We're finally there. You guys can just go away. Just go away. I don't need to hear it from you. All right, next. All right, now we can actually do the bench test. Just get the fuck out of here. All right, so. I fell over when I did my little desk pat. Now I can hit it with 13 to 15 volts. That's a little better than, you know, the full 40. The full 48 volts is for the controller, because it can control that big-ass wheel nicely with that amount of power through the big-ass cable. But we don't need that for the electronic system. So here's 15 volts, and it's drawing 1/10 of an amp, and then that regulator gets kind of warm. Hopefully not hot. Just gets warm, and then our LED's on, and if I shift gears, Are we not? Oh, wait, we didn't plug into the rest of the system. Okay, here comes the big current draw. Everybody's talking now. So if I shift, there we go. If I shift gears, the LED for the gear shift, why is it so, why is it all blown out? Stop it. Jeez, fucking camera, man, you know? There, see if I shift, the LED turns on. It's hard to do because it's an actual car shifter, but what are you, 70 years old? Why are you saying wizard? God, you guys are weird. Can't be seen with you guys in public. Shift, and the light comes on. Shift, and the light comes on. And then I could put it into the other shift modes, but... and then I press the steering wheel button. And a different light comes on. Ah! And then that crashes down onto everything else down here. Ay. Hold on. This thing fell over. Stop rearranging my shop. This thing weighs 20 pounds, so it's a little unwieldy. Oh, hold on. I got to clean up down here now. So we've got everything on the bench. I've got signals running around, and I can actually take a look in there and do it. We can actually look at our signals and figure out what's going on. I'm just putting away some of the clutter. Chat, stop saying wizard. You guys are fucking... What's going on? Alright, this goes in here. This goes back into its precarious position without getting the scope probes coiled in it. Just try to like loop these up like this. There we go. And then this can come over here. And just kind of sit at this precarious angle, but that way I can at least get to the buttons if I need to. So like when I push the buttons on the wheel over here, and that has pretty good response time. Some of them aren't used because we don't have enough buttons on this thing. We don't have enough ports that we can actually turn into buttons on this, along with the shifter and everything. So some of these are not functional, which bugs me to no end. So with the TX and the RX thing that we're reverse engineering, we will then be able to actually utilize all of the buttons in the system, as well as adding some for other stuff and features and things. It's above ambient, but it's not hot. Okay, so bench setup, good to go. Am I smelling burning electronics? I don't think so. There shouldn't really be any burning electronics. We're pushing 0.17 amp, so. Yeah, all the buttons and all the stuff too. We'll be able to actually get this thing wired into the system once we do this round of whatever's we're doing. So, this is the scheme that I came up with in order to run the LIN bus. This is all, I mean, this all exists in software, but what's happening now is we are sending out 3 packets. I didn't do a packet scheduler. You know, LIN bus calls for a packet scheduling system, and I didn't do that. And the reason I didn't do that was because I'm lazy. We need to lock into the signal when it goes low for a certain amount of time. So we're actually looking for the start of the LIN bus signal. How did we do this on the scope previously, you know? It's hard to see the scope on stream. Nice and bright. All right, so what we're doing is we are doing a trigger. And the trigger is designed to stabilize your signal so that you can zoom in on stuff that's happening and actually observe it. Right now, we have a simple trigger, so it's just looking for the signal to go high. It doesn't really know that it's supposed to actually only look at one type of packet, although it might be interpolating that from some of the settings that I had. So whenever the signal goes above this line, it'll stabilize itself. But when we actually get in here and start to observe the signal, we'll see stuff happening within it. This is, I don't think this is from the steering wheel, but like all of this fluttering of data is not necessarily the, it's not necessarily the signal changing. USB viewer, what are you talking about? Okay. One of the first times it's here, says USB viewer. Whatever. I don't do logic analyzers. I don't give a shit about them. I don't care about logic analyzers. I've never had one that I've actually used. There are very cheap ones out there, though. All right, so LIN bus, Limbago. We have the start of our signal, which this holds for a certain amount of time. And you can see the reason the lines get a little weird is because of the lights, because of the lights that I have in the shop. So because of the lights that I have in the shop, you can get a little bit of electrical noise, but that's okay. We can look through that. It's kind of disappointing, though. I do wish I had a better filtration on those LED lights. Because this is a very clean signal when you clean it up. We have our up-downs, right? We have a start bit, up-downs, and a stop bit. And the up-downs, the 5 5s, are basically just telling us, I need a better pointer device. Need a better pointer device. My weird hands. So this part of the signal right here is just syncing us so that we make sure that our timing matches the host's timing. We have an address here, which I believe the reason that this length is changing weirdly is because of the differences in the address. But the addressing right here depends on the device that you want to talk to. And then we have our return bytes. So this is part of the steering wheel where it's just sending nothing, nothing, nothing. And then it sends like fixed information about itself and what like version it is. Because if you take a steering wheel off of a Mercedes and you put it onto another one, it's very interesting to see what happens. Like, because the controller can be smart enough to know the different versions of products that it's plugged into. There's a lot of intelligent stuff that we're not doing with the LIN bus. Like for instance, you can have like a periodic message where if you have something like a button panel that barely ever gets used, it will not clog up the bus with its data until you press something. And when you press something, it will then communicate back that there has been a change, and then the bus master will go, I'll get to you whenever I get to you, and then it'll send a request for that new data. But anyway, so we're just using it as a simple call and response, right? And so all the message data is present within this system. And in fact, the call and response, I believe, are we looking at two parts of the system here? Yeah, because our controller, our transmitter is going to request, and then the data is going to be sent back, I think, within the same packet. Because it sends it out, it syncs up the signal, and then the receiver, the other component, sends back a whole message. All you've missed today is crimping cables. Chat was like effectively dead. It was just Chester getting under getting on my nerves. I know, logic analyzers are fine. They're fine, I just don't use them. I don't need them. Plus, all the timings on this thing are all over the place, so I don't really know what the logic analyzer would return. Maybe it would just return this, but... I got a free pass. Yeah. Anyway, we got to trigger this thing on this right here. And actually, we probably could trigger it up here in order to lock it into a particular... Actually, what we did in the past was we have another output. There is another. We have an additional output that stabilizes us on a particular signal. So I'd add a channel to this. And look at the other scope out, the other probe. And then we have a particular pin that just basically runs a bump. And that bump is going to stabilize our scope on one of those packet signals. That's just the easier way to do it. I can coordinate it by locking into this low portion of the signal, but it's falling edge and time. So it stays low for a particular amount of time, and then that tells us what to do. We need to open this up. Hold on. We need to open up our code on the PC. You guys are on top of the scope, which makes it look really hard to read. Beep, boop, bop, beep, bop. Let us open up Arduino. I haven't updated Arduino yet. I'll get around to it at some point, but I need to like back up files in order to make sure that I update it correctly and all that. Yeah, so we're opening up the master code. So that would be the M or main 2020. So we're opening up main. MPC 23017 is what's pushing the buttons. Wire.h is there so that we can communicate with the digital potentiometers. So down here, well, here are addresses. These are the new ones, though. This is the new code. This is my revised code. But what we are looking for, what are we looking for? Oh, the thing where we do the sync bit. So diagnostic pin is number 6. So we need to look at the pinout of the Arduino. No. Teensy 3.2. I need the, yeah, I just need this. The PJRC pinout. Look at this, beautiful. Number 6 is in the middle of that side. I really should put like a pin that I can clip to on that. Yeah, it's because I can't. How can I get to that? Hold on. I gotta get to that. Not really a good way, huh? So that's over here. I guess I can clip down into it. Yeah, I'll clip down into it. All right, so let's grab this, spin. That's what I'm getting at. How do I get there? One of these. Actually, the ones with little hooks on them would be better for this, maybe. I don't know. Nah, you know what? I don't think they will. These are designed to hook onto the legs of surface mount chips. They do really well in that regard. Whereas these should have a little bit of grabbing force when you get down to pin size down there. But if I disturb either of these, they fly off like they've got the wind at their back. So what are you gonna use here? I have like a very flexible wire that I like to use for these. Yeah, PIC microcontrollers, they're good. I just don't ever work with them. They're very basic, and they've been around for a long time. I know quite a bit about PICs, but I've never really used one in a project. I really appreciate just being able to dive in with your feet first on an Arduino, you know? You just throw code at it until something sticks, whereas with a PIC, you gotta do the more hardcore microcontroller thing. Sure, there are PIC fanboys in the chat that'll jump in and tell me all the ways that I'm wrong. Where is one of those little? It's got a little like pin on the end of it. It's very flexible. Probably remake some of these. All right, this'll do. This'll do. Only like pics of kitty. Okay. See what that does. See, the problem with these is that the top pin there, it has like no like hold to it. No, it's the drawer full of wires that I built the spaceship with. All right, so there's one end. The other end I can kind of like clip on. Whoa, look at that. That's definitely an antenna. Look at them go. Look at them go. Dear God. Okay, that's the kind of noise that I have to deal with around here, aside from chat. All right, pin 6 is how many? Oh, how many goddamn pins? Ground and then 0 coming from the USB connector. So ground 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's this one. It slipped off immediately. This is really, would you just keep that over there? Jesus Christ. Can't have anything in this fucking place. Ah, you're doing VODs because of meetings. Sucks. Are you having a meeting about when to schedule the meeting? That's the one thing about streaming on Twitch. I don't gotta go to meetings. 0, 1, 2, well, at least not at my level. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one. Hopefully there's nothing adjacent to this that I'm blowing up. That is... Oh! That made a snapping noise at the end and it scared the shit out of me. Oh, I see. The coupling's AC. I need to turn this to DC coupling. That didn't do anything to clean up the signal, though. There, since we know nothing's going to explode, I'll give you guys the full... Oh, that's a little less stressful to look at. All right, so now you can actually see anything going on over here. I don't know why this probe is so noisy, though. Oh, because it's at, like, millivolts. Like, turn that up to, like, regular voltage, or regular human voltage. There's 5 volts. All right, so 5 volts on that. This is a 12-volt signal, so the 5 volts is just going to be a little bit weird. And then let's get this plugged into pin 6, which I might actually be disabled right now, but 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one. I'll connect from the top. I guess that's a little bit more stable. All right, there's that. Now, if this debug is active, I might have I might have disabled the debug. But if that debug is active, let's just zoom out. That's the wrong parameter. Yeah, we don't have an active debug. You can see there's 3 packet signals here, and we can use the system in order to zoom in on what we need to see. So if I use channel 2, oops, no. Channel 2, and I do trigger menu, edge, channel 2, once we enable that debug signal, we can lock in on what we're doing. So let's take a look at what's going on right now in the actual controller. That's our main. And I've made a bunch of new stuff in the main program, including a different addressing system. And so that would require us to reprogram 2 devices, and I might break everything when I do it. So I can't just throw it new code. I can't just throw the code back at it. I don't have a versioning strategy in place. So I guess we have to break everything if we want to actually work with it. It shouldn't break too much. It shouldn't break too much. Yeah, the diagnostic serial prints are on, but I don't think I have this pin 6 activated. Diagnostic pin is 6. And that would be, I know, I realize now that I totally screwed that up, but oh well. So it's ground, hold on. Ground 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I might be on the wrong pin. Hold on. This one. No, there's still nothing on it. Ground 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's this one. Yeah, there's nothing on it. Okay, well, that makes sense. I'm not doing that. No. If I learn it, I'm going to learn it on my own. But I'm not, no. No. You guys might say, oh, bother, if you don't pay attention to me, you're going to do stuff wrong and it's going to be frustrating. And it's what we do here. Like, I don't know. You guys have been around long enough to get it. Diagnostic. Wait, we're in the wrong one. Control F. Diagnostic. Hold on, wait. Previous. And it does look like we enabled it. See, diagnostic high, 50 microseconds, diagnostic low. So why is nothing happening then? That is in there. So we should be zeroing in on the pedal address. Only use the built-in stuff in Visual Studio. Oh. Yeah, I've never really made a good anything. This is microcontroller coding. We're fine. We're fine. Can't tell you how many times I've blown up directories because fuck get. See, it's like I don't need to do that. We're doing a simple little like a happy little Arduino project, right? We're doing a happy little Arduino project. I don't need to do all that hardcore coding stuff. People think I don't know. I don't get credit for being smart about the way I do things, and yet, ratio all of you, chat. I could ratio you at any time, any second. I could pop off and ratio you guys. Well, what's happening right now in the background is actually, oh wait, we haven't, I could plug this into the computer and then it'll just tell us what the packets are doing, because I have those serial prints. So, but I'm just wondering, like, we have diagnostic running and it's on pin 6, but I'm plugged into pin 6 and I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting a high-low of any type. I mean, maybe it could be my connection to the cable, but the cable looks like it's sound. Let's just check with the scope to see if we get like a legit signal somewhere. Oh, so I think it's the scope. Hold on. Right there. We should be getting something on those lines. Wait, what if I just like plug it to power? Oh. Yeah, it's the wire. If I push it on the wire. This little bastard right here. What potty doesn't work? It twisted a little bit. It is the wire itself that is broken. Huh. Well, I'm going to throw out that wire when we're done with it. All right, it's pin 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no, that's not right. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pin 6. There it is. It's not dropping low. One pin adjacent. No, that one's floating. Floating. This is the one. Oh, but I disturbed the wire. Hold on. Yeah. Why did that? Hold on. There it is. That should be the one that's sort of stabilizing us. There's the edge. It's not actually dropping low though? What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, what? Channel 2 edge, we're 1 volt. We can go to 5. That should be dropping low. Maybe it's doing it too fast for us to see. No, that shouldn't be. That would show up. Yeah, that would show up. Even our blistering microsecond timings that we're getting over there showing up. So why isn't this edge happening? What are you doing? Maybe we're just ignoring pin 6 in some way? That shouldn't happen. Because according to the code, and I didn't alter any of this part of the code, what I altered were addresses, all the not scheduling, the addresses and everything. So the addresses were altered, and those, I mean, all that does is, well, here's a diagnostic here. But we have an active one in the code. Oh, don't search that. Search this. Those are serial prints. Diagnostic pin is assigned as pin number 6. So that's correct. I didn't alter that. What I did is I added some storage arrays. So serial prints. Diagnostic. So it's calling the pedal. and then it's giving us a little diagnostic high-low pulse. So that should actually be functioning throughout the system. I mean, we can see the LIN bus calls and responses happening, and this is still in my code. So where is it? Why am I not seeing it? And the possibilities are that I'm on the wrong pin, or that diagnostic stuff was not enabled, but that doesn't really make any sense because it's right here in the code. It's right in the code. We basically call using the functions that I built that do the bit banging. So we'll call, and then we get a response, and then we just throw it into an array, and then other parts of our code will then use that array in order to manipulate the outside world. That's essentially all this program does. We don't have a task scheduler. It just goes through every single code and asks for what the statuses are, which should be pretty fast. And I should actually clean up that interstitial time. I should pump that into a faster protocol, because I had times where I'd shift and it would like double shift. But what I'm confused about right now is the fact that my code blatantly has the part that calls for, or it gives me a signal that I can run off of. And it's not doing it? I don't get it. This is C++ is what we call it affectionately, because my chat is just the most creative bunch of people you could ever possibly... Chat, your jokes are bad. But anyway, it's C++-ish. It's Arduino C++. You think the wire's still finicky and that's why we're missing every single signal? I don't know. I'm going to reboot the system by hitting the reset button and see what happens. It could be that the shared grounds are not as shared as they seem. Why is it not coming back up? Hey there, Buckaroo. You want to maybe reset? Start sending some serial signals a little bit? Buddy? Buddy? Bud? You doing okay, bud? All right, let's reboot the whole system then. Why wouldn't it respond to the reset button? That's weird. There it goes. Well, like the fact that we're getting power off of that pin, we're just not getting a signal that we can... Oh, you're right. It's still this fucking cable. This cable's going in the garbage. Garbage. This is garbage. Goodbye. I'll never forget you. Okay. Better cable. Was it Buck? Was Buck the... Buck was doing the game last night? Because I discovered he's diabetic, which is crazy. Another diabetic from PA streaming. Pretty cool. We should have a meetup. It would be the worst meetup ever. I think he lives in like the other side of the country now. Wiggly wire. See, this is the one that I was looking for. Hopefully this will make a good connection on this thing. These little clip probes are so finicky that... Really? You're doing it too? Yeah, it's not the wire. No cake at the meetup, yeah. If you need it. Yeah, I haven't had like a proper dessert in a long time. It's been a long time. I don't need the hassle. Yeah, see, there's our call pin. Maybe I can just hit up that pin. It's not the clip probe. We've literally just confirmed that it's not the clip probe. Rest in peace, wire. You were persecuted. It wasn't persecuted for the wrong... No, because it wasn't actually working. That wire was fucked up. Don't get it twisted. These can't really bite in on those pins. See, I can get the TX, and I can view the TX, and that'll synchronize it within this window, but it'll periodically screw it up because we haven't set stringent trigger policies on this thing, right? if I got that one diagnostic pin to work, maybe I commented out the lines, but yet when the code went in, it was like maybe it was commented out when I uploaded it into the microcontroller, but now like somewhere in the past year since I got it working, I have deleted the comment out part, and I just don't remember. Because with different triggers on the scope, what did I say about your jokes, chat? With different settings on the scope, I could possibly zero in on this. That's all right. We got to do the full uploading anyway. But I just wanted you guys to be able to see that all the stuff that happens when I push a button. And there's the pump. What is he doing? Fucking finally, man. I had a little mac and cheese, like a little tiny bit, and it did that to me. Mostly because I guess it thought that I was going low at first, because I like gave insulin ahead of time. And then I ate, and my body was like, hell yeah, fucking carbohydrates, let's go. And it just shot me up. And then I gave just the right amount to bring me back into range, but it was also just the right amount to straddle the line. And when this thing straddles the line, it calls fucking bloody murder. It's like the most dangerous time to be an insulin pump is when my glucose level straddles the line directly, because it should have a 2-hour timer. Like, it'll tell me, hey, you're hyperglycemic. And I'm like, all right, pump, I got that. I'm just going to wait for some stuff to happen. You don't know that, but it's like, hey, I got a high glucose level again. I'm like, I specifically told you to wait 2 hours, because that's sort of like the period of time when I can have an influence over the glucose level. Like if I inject, it'll take about 2 hours for me to see the effects. So I wait that amount of time to see what's going to happen with my glucose level. This thing is going off constantly. So it goes, yeah, it doesn't have hysteresis. So if it drops down below, it completely forgets that it has warned me within the past 2 hours. It needs a within amount of time timer, not a while you're hyperglycemic, I'll remind you again in 2 hours. Fucking people that program these pumps, I'm telling you. I don't have any control over that. So yeah, anyway, so this thing, when I hit a button, you can see a singular, maybe you guys, I hope you guys can see that. You can see a singular bit flipping in both. Well, it's not a singular bit for the checksum, but the checksum also updates. I have implemented checksums. We're not using them. But yeah, we've got button press, LED turns on, one single bit changes, all within the span of a blink of an eye. It's much quicker than a blink of an eye. But yeah, that system is running like some kind of psychotic clockwork. Everything timing and signals running around and all that fun, stupid shit that's going on. Beautiful. All right, so we got our bench test. We have literally done what I set out to do in this stream. We're still going, though. I still got a lot of stuff to do with this. We need to figure out... Well, you know what? We need to upload code. The reason I put this breadboard here is because we need to figure out getting the shifter onto the LIN bus as well. So right now, what I need to do is upload new code to everybody here. All of these different systems need new code in them. And we're doing that through the Digispark interface for some of them. I was masochistically using an ATtiny 85, which is very difficult to wrangle into doing some of the sub-second timing on this thing. Our probe fell out again. God fucking damn probe piece of shit. All right. Well, that means we'll be able to probe to pin 6 as well. So, but for right now, let's get new code into the busmaster, and that'll get it plugged into the computer. So I need my USB cable. What did I do with the proper programming USB cable? Many moons ago, that thing got thrown to the side. Many, many moons ago. We haven't done programming here in a little while. It's been a trip. We'll need this for the Pro. I don't have any of the USB cables in here. We'll need this for the Digispark. I need this Brian Locke programmer du jour. Not really du jour, but we'll need the Brian Locke programmer for everything else. We don't need our bit resetter or anything, any of these other little toys. Need to get a unified programmer that does everything. All right, let's see. I also need... USB cable. Where the fuck did that go? My programming cable. I had like a lighter cable that I like to use for I like to use for programming. I used to have one of those flat cables that was all taken apart. Let's see, that's the USB-C. That's power. It's moved around because we haven't done programming in a little while, so I may not know where it is. No, I know where it is. Well, no, I don't know where it is. I have no idea where it is, but I know it exists somewhere. Hope I didn't cut it up for one of these things that I did. I don't think I cut it. I don't think I cut it up. I don't think I did that. And I do have like I have a pile of USB cables that I can draw from. I just want the one that I had here. It was a nice one. It had a little ferrule on it, I think. Was that the lady just activating? Lady from Amazon? What is that cable? That's a power cable. What are you? You are my alternate mic cable. Yep, that's that over there. Okay. I need to clean up a lot of stuff in this shop. This shop needs a rundown. What the hell happened to this? Okay, you guys are gonna watch a man go psycho in real time. Watch him just lose all of his marbles. Mercwheel make build and program stuff so you can just upload the firmware. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know how to do that. Misdiagnosed with type 2. Spent 2 years under the regimen until finding out that it's type 1. Yeah, when misdiagnosis early on with type 1 diabetes is a thing. And the reason behind that is you go through what's called a honeymoon period. And the honeymoon period is when your pancreas, the beta cells within it, the eyes of L'Orange, I think that's right. Islets of L'Orange, they are dying. They're getting attacked, probably by your own immune system. And so, as such, as they are getting assassinated by your own immune system, there is a sort of a tapering off of the amount of insulin that you produce. And so, yeah, it can look a lot like type 2 diabetes, because type 1 diabetes is where the islets of L'Orange and the beta cells within them, where the beta cells are complete betas, and they don't produce any insulin, like the little wimpy little, I don't know, make all those internet jokes here. But yeah, anyway, they're producing a lower amount of insulin. In a type 1, they stop eventually. And so theoretically, I guess none of this stuff is like set in stone, but whatever. Type 1 means you don't produce insulin. Type 2 means your body doesn't respond to the insulin that you produce. So with type 2 diabetes, there could be all kinds of things that cause it, including but not limited to weight, but it's fairly insulting to cite weight all the time. Everybody does it. Everybody loves their jokes, but it's insulting to insinuate that it is a weight-related thing, because there are skinny type 2s. That's it. That's all. That's all there is in that spiel. But type 1 diabetes, the islets of L'Orange. I just found a cable, but is it the right one? It is. I think we can use this one. Why did I find it in a random bin? The islets of L'Orange. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Anyway, what happens is the cells that are supposed to produce insulin don't, but they taper off in that insulin production. And so it's probably a fairly common misdiagnosis. There's always a honeymoon period involved. I don't know how they probably, I mean, they did blood tests on me to figure it out. It was a children's hospital. It was balancing quarters on their sides. They were like, yeah, you got diabetes. You got to stay here for like a week. We got to train you how to operate your organs. You know what? I bet you the USB cable's over there. That's right. We'll use the burn the subs USB cable. Oop. All right. Programmelin. I mean, yeah, it would be cool if I could do software updates remotely with all this stuff. I could have put ESP8266s on all of it, and then I'd have like 15 Bluetooth devices that I could then upload code to. I mean, there's even a system within this that you can, hold on. Okay. There's a system within Linbus Sorry, big burp. Whew, that was a little heartburny at the end there. God damn it, it's the wrong cable end type. USB, I'll get you yet. Never mind. I go find the right kind of frick cable things. Frickety frick cable. Saying frick sounds like you're cursing harder than when you say fuck. You know? It sounds like a worse curse. I don't know. Alright, here's all the USB cables. Should be able to find one that isn't a specifically power cable that I've used throughout the years. I kind of wish I had bought USB-C Arduinos for everything, huh? That would be nice. This is like way too thick. What the hell is this cable? I want something light, goddammit. That one's... Okay, whatever you are, we're gonna use some weirdo. And then I just casually walk over my mic cable as if I haven't been using it for the past 6 years. I'm probably buzzy. Hold on. Yeah, I have a bin that stores all the cables, but how am I sounding? Am I okay? Nobody's complaining. All right. Sounds good. Okay, cool. Doesn't help that I was quiet for a portion of that. This is like... Yeah, this is from the Vive. more Valve hardware on my desktop. The more Valve hardware, the better. All right, plugged into the micro. I'm gonna open the serial monitor, and now I get all the packets, all the ones and zeros as I've laid them out. Look at that go. Beautiful. This is just all the packets. It's just everything being sent. And I'm not sure if I flipped stuff or not. I don't know what I'm doing here. I guess all the checksums are at the end there. It's like if I hit something. I think we're just looking at the one. I don't know what's counting down there. We might be looking at analog signals too, but yeah, that's all. Those are all the ones, and these are all just helper stuff. So that's always... the microcontroller is always trying to spit that out of serial, which might take it a little bit of time. I mean, I might be able to actually speed this system up if I get rid of this, but it's good diagnostic stuff to do. And I should probably lock it down to inputs. I think I have several different things that I can print out of there. But so if I upload the new code, what I have done in the software, and I should probably keep the enables on the shifter. What I've done in the software is I've set out for their, and by the way, if you want a sample of this, it's an old sample. This is on GitHub. You can kind of see the way that I put this thing together. It's fairly sloppy. It's the kind of code that I make for a system like this that we're trying to piece together in a weekend. So it took me a year. One weekend project. 1 year later, we're done. So anyway, I added a bunch of fields to be populated by data. Things that I don't have yet. The 8-position shifter, the emergency stop brake, the e-brake, and a lighting panel. Controls from these things, right? So I got a bunch of this stuff that I can't do anything with yet, but I do have the data in position. I don't have the data extracting from all of them. I think I extracted it from the shifter, but some of this stuff is just going to sit, and it'll probably throw up some errors or something when I go and compile. But for now, they can just sit. So we know that we're doing the one little 50 microsecond, 50 billisecond thing. We got to be careful about stuff like that too, because remember, we're in a microcontroller. We're not in a more advanced thing. We don't have threads that we can throw around. We have one singular thread to go through this entire thing and do all the work. What's project? We already have pretty much the project done. It's just we're expanding on my steering wheel system for sim. We'll call it racing for, yeah, being a sim racist. I have an actual car wheel that speaks LIN bus. So this speaks LIN bus, the local interconnect network, which is a system in real cars that corresponds to low priority signaling. It's a one-wire system. So that wheel right there, when I hit a button, there's a call from the actual sim controller, and it asks this controller over here, hey, what's your statuses? And then it'll reply immediately after and tell the controller what buttons I'm pressing. And then from there, we fool the Granite Devices SimuCube into thinking that I'm pushing a button. That's the system that we've got here. I'm expanding it. We're putting in a 3D printed and marginally, extremely modified 8-gate shifter. I haven't soldered anything to this yet. It's all a bunch of switches that are hanging out in the air. The old system uses the progressive shifting from the BMW E46 M3's SMG. And the reason I have this is because it was the way to get an M3 back in the day was to get one with the terrible SMG system and swap out the transmission for a manual. They literally just drop this thing into the hole that the shifter goes on. So boop, 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 boop. I'm able to shift gears with this thing. Playing My Summer Car, though, when we finished the project, played a bit of My Summer Car with it. It was a lot of fun, but I was double shifting and not even granny clutching, whatever the fuck that means. Anyway, I was hitting it, and it would hit twice. And what that would do is you would go from third gear to first gear and then blow up your motor because it's My Summer Car. So that's got to change. So printed this thing, thinking that it would be cheap. I'm in the hole like $150 for the fucking parts for this thing, though. Just having to buy, I mean, it means that I've got more parts sitting around the shop, I guess, you know? But the parts, like the bearings and stuff like that, for the first iteration of this and for the second iteration of this were expensive. That sucks. It feels like a real shifter, though, so I'm happy about that. But I need to get that running with the rest of the system, and so some long-awaited anti-kludge engineering is in order, and so that's where we are. That's where we've gotten today. So yeah, we're looking at the code. I'm gonna try to do an upload of this stuff and see if my code doesn't blow it up or not. But then we need to breadboard. I'll be back on Thursday. We need to breadboard a LIN bus thing on this. This engineering is clutch as fuck, bro. Thank you, Freddie. Most amazing electronics project on Twitch. I already won the junior rally in My Summer Car with this shit. Oh, and by the way, in addition to the real wheel, the pedals are going to be real car pedals. We're working on getting a load cell onto this thing. We did some calculations today about the amount of force that's going to actually go into this load cell. Turns out about 2 pounds of pressure on that brake pedal is enough to max out the load cell. I have new springs for the clutch now. This is a super duper light clutch right now. It doesn't even spring back all the way. We did a couple of the kinematic equations on this thing, which is force times distance. Jeez. This has its own controller that straps to it and brings a voltage level, or senses a voltage level and communicates it all the way back on the LIN bus. Everything is LIN bus because that's what the wheel wanted. So the gas pedal, directly out of a BMW. I bought this pedal cluster for $160, which sucks because TurboNad, who also has this exact, well, not exact, he has a very, very similar setup. TurboNad went on eBay, and apparently if you're British, then you get to buy this stuff for pennies on the dollar. Don't promise Chester a good time. We went through it. We did it. I didn't have to do like a free body diagram or anything, but you just were at meetings while we were doing it. But yeah, TurboNad, being of British descent, I kept as quiet as I could. Yeah. Yeah, good work typing that word. No, I can't make fun of people for typos. That's really low. Anyway, sorry. So anyway, the he was able to get his entire pedal cluster for like $60, less than that. I think he said like 20 pounds. Fucking crazy. As a legitimate math nerd, I'm sorry I missed the equations. No, it's a good thing you did. It's a good thing you did. People, oh man, when I get into people's wheelhouses in my project, they become insufferable. So yeah, a wedge pillow on my seat. It still feels like an office chair. A load cell on the brake pedal, which needs to have a backstop because I can very easily put quite a bit of force into the actual, you know, load cell, given the fulcrum and the distances and what it has to put up with, all my bullshit. The gas pedal is perfect and should never change. It's absolutely perfect. It's a 5-volt device. But those are the things that we need to actually get working into the system, and we need to retune for all this stuff. So I've got a spring in the mail for the clutch. Once that's done, I can do some of the adjustments to the 2 magnets. I've got a little an analog magnetometer up here and a plate that has 2 magnets just sitting on it. So I can figure out where those need to go and then figure out what pins I need to wire that up to. Wire this thing up, simple as they get the load cell sitting on the brake, and then we'll have the device down here that we can tune. I'll get that ready for Thursday. And then, up here, I need to get this thing up on the LIN bus so that we can communicate with a new controller, and we can get that in line and tuned and ready to go. PyroAsp, funny comment here. I'll try to think of something and I'll let you know. I've had the pedals, by the way, they attach to the base of my desk chair so that I can put force into them without sending them across the room. All right, so we got all the programmers out. We've got our LIN bus signal here. We've got everything ready to go. I think what I want to do, let's upload code to it right now and just, it'll break and then I'll fix it tomorrow. Right, I'll get a bunch of stuff ready for the actual, for the, you know, so that the pedals are communicating on the system as well, and we can work from there on Thursday. And we also have to take apart my friend's car keys before I get too involved in all this stuff. But that'll be Thursday. Thursday, somebody with a better memory than me remind me about car keys on Thursday, because we need to learn how to spot weld. I have a spot welder over there. They 3D printed part of the spot welder, and it's like really badly printed. Yeah, there's like text on the 3D print, and you can see the ringing after the text. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know if they're saving money with that, because they could do better. Let's upload some code and see what happens. Put a little code into this thing and see what happens. What happens is that I start farting is what apparently. All right. Boop 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 doo 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 bonk. Okay, well, tools, board. Well, the Teensy was already selected. All right. Teensy 3.1, serial. We're not overclocking the Teensy. We're not psycho. Yeah, we have some old subs. I've been streaming a long time and not incredibly successfully. Numbers have been looking good lately, though. I see more people around. It's like 10 more people than normal. These streamers that I aspire towards are like, they don't notice like five or 10 more people. For me, it's like fucking Christmas when I get 5 more people. You guys are great. I don't know. We have a weird crowd here. I like you guys. I like my chat better than a lot of other chats. How long have you been streaming? I've been partnered for a couple years now, right? Isn't it like 4 years or something? When did I partner? We have to look at that short lurker video that he made. I think we're all set here. All the settings are in there. 2 years. Oh, really? I thought it was more than that. Yeah, 2 years. Okay. I started streaming when Prereq was still on the air. When do they end? Their last upload. Bonk. So I was streaming because they actually gave me a shout out. I was their only shout out. But that was, of course, it was Rocket League. 2018. Yeah, that's right. OctoJ's sub time can tell you. Yeah. Whatever sub badge he has. So about 56 months was when I partnered. Or no, affiliated. And then I was streaming like maybe a month plus before that. Because I always had 3 viewers at least because of the people that, the people from Prereq. I was at least 3 viewers. That's what bumped me into affiliate within the month. And then, yeah. 56 in 3 days. Holy shit, dude. Yes, I've been streaming for a while. I've been doing this for a little bit. Of course, it didn't look like this originally. I used a laptop and a webcam, and I had a picture camera on a giant tripod in order to film what I was doing, and it would freeze every 30 seconds because it had to cool down the sensor. Yeah, OctoJ's OG, man. I've been friends with him for a long time. He stole my car once, though, so I don't really talk about him much. Fucker. All right, so new spring, who dis? Code over here. Oh, yeah, we were uploading. Let's upload. So Linduino main. So if I hit upload here, everything is set up and we're all connected. So boop. Near almost decent condition. Yeah, fucking right. What about all the water? Oh, wait, nope. Hold on, I got errors here. I got to concentrate on errors instead of making up a stupid narrative. Hold on, so what do we got first? Bus e-brake was not declared in the scope. By the power of Control F. Oh, that's right. I didn't even make it yet. So yeah, these are the programs at the end. So take that. We're going all the way to the end. And then we go up above the serial prints. We should have, those are the outputs, the button outputs. These are, here we go, receive functions. So, oh no, so they're LIN-bus functions, and then they're individual device functions. Unfortunately, a lot of these take on the same look. They do a lot of the same stuff, but I can't make them into a function. I forget what exactly was going on there. This is all the assignments for the button outputs. So we need the input for the e-brake. We're looking for the inputs functions, basically. There we go. Bus shift 8. Wait, wasn't that what I was supposed to be looking for? Bus e-brake. Oh, yeah, okay. So bus... my bussy brake. We just need to make a dead function for that. All right, so that's the bussy brake. It's just nothing. And then there's one more up there. That's going to be bus light. I'm feeling a little hypoglycemic, so I'm going to be packing it up in a minute here. We're just going to try to get code onto our microcontroller and see if it works. Then we can take a look at the signal as it runs around, but yeah. All right, save that, and then let's try to upload that. Damn it! Expected constructor-destructor type conversion. Why is it not bringing me to the error? Oh, there, to the error. Oh my god, I forgot to void my bussy. Okay, let's do that. Control S, and then upload. Do not tell me what I need to type. Don't do that. Gotta go bowling. Have fun. That sounds fun. Shift 8 _ Addy. So that's the address for the shifter. Shift 8 Addy. So _ Addy, control copy, control F, Addy. Wheel Addy. Those are the serial prints at the bottom. We need to come all the way up here. Oh, Shift 8. Shift 8. Enjoy playing with your pins. There you go. That's what I've been doing all day. Loading, loading, loading. So yeah, those of you who are interested in sim stuff, you owe it to yourselves to go check out TurboNad, another streamer who kludges together this stuff much quicker than I do. Much quicker. It was like scary, because he was like, I was gonna send him my old plastic Fanatic pedals, and in the time that it took for me to procrastinate sending him the pedals, because I didn't want to send him over the pond. That's going to be expensive. I was just going to do it, but, you know, we're coming out of the pandemic, and I'm just like, I don't want to go outside. You know, I didn't want to go outside. And so in like the week and a half that it took me, he ordered real car pedals and had them like basic functionality. It was wild. He uses a lot of wood in his setup, but it's scary. All right, so I've uploaded code. Hold on a second. What was that noise? I've uploaded code, and it looks like we are requesting stuff. Yeah, carbon foam is what it is. It's true. We are requesting stuff from the addresses, so that's functioning. Our signal here is just not happening, though. Oh yeah, because I'm not plugged into it, because all the wires are dumb. Hold on. Let's get to that pin. I should actually do what this pin number 2 is doing. I don't like using wood in my projects. It's too dusty, you know? I mean, he's like a carbon fiber expert too. Those are like 2 of the dustiest fucking materials that you build stuff with. This pin right here has little solder on it, so it doesn't have the little bobble around it. That would have been good to do. I should probably run this out to a pin that I can actually... I'll do that in the break. I'll run this to a pin that I can clip to. Ground 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's our diagnostic pin. If I connect that, everything works for once. It's the one down from where the chip is. Still isn't doing shit. Is it the time scale? Duck pin is great. Hit the middle chip right through. Oh, you're talking bowling. I don't know a lot of bowling. I don't know me a lot of bowling. Channel 2 edge. We should be getting... That pin should be doing something. We're speeding up. This is like sub-microcontroller timing. You're not getting shit on this. It actually should be just toggling high and low. According to our code. What's wrong with our code? We're not getting a lot of replies because the address has changed, right? No, don't worry about that. It uploaded. The reason that I know that it uploaded is because look at how few replies we're getting. So our addresses have changed. Everything's working. You don't, that message is there. It's not necessary. I think it's like about to storm out. Still that, let me open up that forecast again. Problem is forecast, when I open up forecast.io, it'll dox me if I actually look at the weather. I don't want that. You guys get to know that I'm somewhere west of Pennsylvania, right? You guys actually know my town, but looks like New Philadelphia is getting hammered right now. Okay, all right, so there's like some stormy stuff on its way. Oh, they added arrows to it. Forecast.io used to be like my go-to website just because the interface is clean, right? It just gives me all the data that I need to know. Not like there's a squall and this, and it's just a map and you get a 5-day and it's very clean. And then they got sold and bought all over the place. I think Apple like did something with them, and then their forecast ability seemed to drop off. It sucks. So why are we not doing anything with pin 6? Diagnostic is 6. We go down to where we're using the diagnostic pin, where there's the initial call for something to come back, right? So we call address, and the address that we call is the shifter. No, we're calling the pedals. And when we call the pedals, we digital write the diagnostic pin high, we delay microseconds, and then we write it low. That pin is constantly on. What? Maybe I'm getting the wrong pin here. Everything that I got here tells me... Everything I got, diagnostic is 6. We're sending the number 6 into the thing. According to the pinout, pin 6 is this one. And that's what I'm plugged into. Are we not initializing it? Oh god, it takes a little bit for me to explain, but this is a custom implementation of what's called the LIN bus, which is a local interconnect network that's commonly used in automotive tasks. For instance, my actual Mercedes C-Class steering wheel that we're building the sim setup out of. I've got BMW pedals. I have a shifter, an SMG shifter out of an E46 that I didn't really like, so we actually have a 3D printed shifter. And then I've got like the lighting controls for the E46. These are all car parts that have been retired from my friends' cars, except for the pedals. The pedals I had to buy, but they're all retired car parts. Okay, I think maybe we're not initializing the pin because it's got a voltage level on it, and it really should just be a low to high spike. That's it. Like if I set the trigger above it, yeah, it's the pin I think is in a waiting state. Pin modes. This is the setup. TX pin. Serial stuff. Yeah, we're not initializing it. That's our problem. So this would just be like the diagnostic, and then pin mode, diagnostic. I should have probably called it diagnostic pin output. That's what it is. We didn't initialize the pin. Big engineer stuff. Well, big gamer engineer stuff. Yeah. I've been having fun with this. I mean, this is a project that I think a lot of you people would be capable of doing. You would go at it a totally different way. And if you really wanted to, I mean, you could hook this up just with the normal Granite Devices stuff. The only problem is the prohibitive cost of the Granite Devices controller. It was not cheap to, first off, especially these days with shipping and all the inflation that we've had to deal with lately with all this project stuff. But the Mitsubishi Mel servo motor was like $150, and we broke the Mitsubishi servo off of the back, and I installed a CUI incorporated capacitive encoder, which bolted directly in. The bolts were in just the right places. So that was it was relatively easy to do. I had to get a Scandinavian bracket in order to mount that giant fuck-off motor. And then the steering wheel mount was kind of improvisational, to say the least. That was bad. But the steering column for the Mercedes was $20. So I just put that on the bandsaw and cut the piece off at the end, and then drilled into it. It was a lot of drilling. So all right, let's upload this code. So our signal's going to go dead while it uploads. And then it comes back with that little bump. And that little bump is what I was trying to achieve this whole time. That was the wrong adjustment. Hold on. That little bump right there, boom, means that I can lock down this signal. And so now we are laser focused on this one packet. I need to keep this on screen, unfortunately, to keep it stable, which is pretty annoying. Why does I keep wandering? What are you doing? Hey! Hey, you! Hey! You little bastard! You stay stable. Alright, so the scope is a little bit annoying about it. What the fuck? Why? Why would you lose it? Source, channel 2, edge. It's right in front of you. Maybe I'm not giving it enough time. Maybe 50 microseconds is kind of a little bit, a little bad. Yeah, it's causing all kinds of issues, huh? But it's so stable right here. This is where you'd use your picture-in-picture mode. That right there. Now I can wander around in the lower screen if I can find a control for it. Yeah, see, now I can actually wander around on the signal. But it looks like I'm not capturing. Yeah, I need to zoom way out on the main. Whatever. Get out of this mode. My mic is crunching. How'd that? Probably the same. I don't know. I was looking down, and that might have caused my beard to hit it or something like that. All right, so we got all this stuff set up. I need to upload code to a bunch of different devices to kind of get it all happy with itself. I have hardware coming in the mail, probably here, that I will be able to swap into the pedals so that we can get them into a functioning, happy place, right? I made the stops for the back end of the load cell. We did a bit of calculation today, some kinematics that taught us that I need to get a haircut. No, we did some kinematics today to teach us that the load cell is well over its specifications in terms of the amount of force that it needs to perceive. It's bad. That's really, really bad. So we'll see what happens, right? These car parts already have inbuilt micros. That only the steering wheel, all the other car parts we've had to make our own LIN devices with. So the steering wheel works directly, and for some reason, fucking Mercedes, they decided to pull all the switches with this weird matrix-style array, which just is really obnoxious, because that means that I can't take the controller out of that steering wheel and put one of these $100 Jim Jams in it, the little wireless wheel control that Granite Devices has. So what we're going to do, once we're done updating my system and getting all the new stuff, programmed ready, what we need to do is we need to make the outputs use the protocol that this thing speaks. So we're going to have to get to whatever this thing speaks. Yeah, the shifter, the fuckiness of the shifter is weird. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I kind of... damn it. Hold on. Remember. How's that? That looks like my levels are below peak. There's two modes that my audio seems to go into randomly. One is where it's a little bit over peak and you get crunches, and the other one's just a little bit quieter and it gets rid of the crunch. I don't know what it is. Might have to do with which differential signal it's actually using. I really need a haircut, guys. Yeah, what was I talking about? I don't mind the sequential shifter. I don't mind this. It's got a good feel to it and everything because it's made to be just like a bespoke device. But I think this'll help me be faster on the track and it won't blow up the My Summer Car motor as much. We'll have fun with that. And then the real pedals will fill me with a lot more confidence, having the clutch be this long travel kind of like deliberate thing. The brakes being mounted better and having a nice stop to them instead of, because what I had before was a piece of plastic. And then the gas pedal is still a piece of plastic, but it'll feel a little bit more like driving a real car. And I think that's going to be really awesome. So yeah, we're getting into it. Thursday, we need to do a little bit of spot welding to start off. And then we are going to do more of this. Wherever I have it sitting, we'll need to look at the analogs coming out of the pedals, and we'll need to tune them properly within our software. We'll need to cater our software to the 8-speed shifter, which means that I need like an 8-pin cable coming off of that shifter and going to our breadboard where we can then make the LIN bus device and program it. And then from there, I can figure out what kind of a thing I'm putting it in. I don't really know what. I think it might just need like a shitty enclosure, like not even a 3D printed thing, just something I have lying around that I can then attach to the beam in front of the shifter. So I know I just need to add wheels to the setup and then it'll be officially a car. All right, yeah, I'm done. I am going to end. I think I am just gonna close. I'm just gonna put boards up in front of the camera and you guys can go disperse into the streams that you typically watch. I appreciate you guys being here for today. I will be in better shape on Thursday, and we'll get more done, because I mean, we finally built all the cables, and we have the bench set up. This is a big step. So there you go. 1 day, 18 hours, 53 minutes, and 35 seconds. Y'all better be there, and I'll catch you later.